Morning, comrades, compatriots, fellow South Africans. I'm standing on a platform, so I'm taller than usual. Please be seated. Thank you. Don't be shocked with my height today. It's extended. We used to have a big fight there in Parliament about this platform because this podium swallows us who are vertically challenged. My name is Mbuyiseni Ndlozi, and I'd like to really welcome all of you to the African Renaissance Podcast's National Democratic Revolution Seminar. I want to specifically thank all of you for making time to physically be here, but also to everybody that is joining us online. Do know that we are broadcasting live on YouTube. You can share the link with the rest of everybody else in your WhatsApp groups and all of that. I want to also thank my leadership. President Thabo Mbeki is here, the patron of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. The African Renaissance Podcast belongs to the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. And the patron is here. Thank you so much. And Mama Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma is also here. She's gonna be kick-starting this important session. Naye ngiyangicela abantwana benkosi asimshayeleni izandla. Shayele no Bramex is my boss. He's the CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. I also recognize him. And they're all President, very important people here. I suspect people that would have been in a very influential positions when 1994 began. And 1994 is the day and the year the state, in as far as the National Democratic Revolution was envisaged, began. And it's been 32 years maybe since the National Democratic Revolution state was established. It is this state of this constitution. It's a product of the National Democratic Revolution. We have convened this seminar because we want to ask where the NDR is today. What is its state as we gather this morning? There is no doubt that it is the theory that the liberation movement used to conduct the struggle and to reconstruct this society. Very basic vision to overturn the colonialism of a special type, apartheid, to transform apartheid and give birth to a non-racial, non-sexist and democratic society. But this society of ours continues to face chronic problems of unemployment, inequality. Those are the crises, Bantwana Benkosi, not immigration. The crisis is unemployment, it's poverty, it's inequality. Not symptoms, but the crisis. So, how does the NDR explain specifically that these problems I've just said remain largely problems that can still be defined by race or color, by gender as well? I don't want to waste any further time. I'm not going to be back here until very late. We've got moderators that will be conducting each and every session with the speakers we have. Nosip Khatebe, Professor Bongani Ngulunga, as well as Kathy Mutlahlane. They'll be conducting the programs. Please treat them well. And this is a seminar. Your ideas, your questions, very important. We want to engage. But South Africa as well would have witnessed that part of the biggest ideological assault from the right wing has been on the National Democratic Revolution. The speakers will speak to all of that. But it seemingly is a very dangerous idea to people who want to keep the status quo, who don't want change. They've rubbished it, they've demonized it. I know there were 2 books in the last 5 years alone against this idea of transforming society on the basis of the National Democratic Revolution. The final thing I do want to say is we're in a hotel, so there's lots of workers here. If you need a restroom, they will show you it's not far from here. They are all in black, number one. Number two, we will have tea breaks. In between, we'll have lunch. But most of the time, we are really here for a seminar. Let us take out our notes book. Let's have a festival of ideas. And thank you so much. You are all welcome. Now I'm going to welcome to stage the first moderator, Makhatebe. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And thank you, of course, to Dr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi for that introduction. As he mentioned, my name is Nosipho Radebe, and of course, I'd like to extend my greetings. I won't be taking the platform. It feels a bit too high for me. So again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, President Thabo Mbeki, esteemed guests, fellow members of the media. It is a great pleasure to have you all here with us today. As you heard, of course, from Dr. Mbuyiseni, we are brought together here today by the African Renaissance podcast, bringing you, of course, the National Democratic Revolution seminar, which, as he pointed out, is being live streamed today. So, of course, my job was to sort of find out if there were any sort of the smaller details that he missed, but he did mention everything, of course. We will be having comfort breaks. Again, the bathrooms will be outside to your left. But please remember, as the session is being live streamed, to keep your cell phones on silent, and of course we do want these sessions to be an engagement of ideas. We welcome your ideas, but please do remember to keep it respectful. So as we of course discuss the National Democratic Revolution, of course, looking at the seminar today, just remember to keep your engagements respectful today. But my job as a moderator is to welcome the next guest, or my first guest then, who will be opening the seminar today, and that is, of course, the former chair of the African Union and current National Executive Committee member of the ANC, that is Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to please, a round of applause as we welcome the former chair and ANC NEC to the stage. Thank you.
Hey, Ngamuti. Hey. Let's see. Let's see if it will work if I'm not on the podium.
I've got it.
I think it's. Well, you can. The audience must say whether you can see me. You can see me. Yes. That's okay. Well, let me greet the program director, the moderator, then the president, President Begi, the fellow speakers, all the participants who are here, and those who are listening to the podcast. We gather here today at the end of the Youth Month, in which we commemorate 50 years of the 1976 uprising. As we reflect on our history and on our struggle, we note also the years of the Freedom Charter at Kliptown, but also the years which was the year of the Morogoro Conference, which was a watershed conference for the ANC. And also this year we mark 30 years of our constitution, So it's a very reflective year. But let me start by just identifying ourselves. Who are we? The universe, or God, depending on how you look at it, created Africa. We, South Africans, Ghanaians, whatever, were created by the conference in Berlin. Yes. So, it means we're Africans. Because these different nationalities were not created by us or the universe. They were created by our colonizers. So, but because we are talking about the NDR, we cannot talk about the ANC. The ANC, at its very formation, recognized that we are Africans. That's why it's called the African National Congress. And that's why the anthem was Nkosi Sikeleli Afrika. And that's why it was Mayibuyi Africa. But also, when we adopted our constitution 30 years ago, somebody I will not name made the main speech in that parliament. And he was talking about the South African constitution. But he said, I'm an African. He didn't say I'm a South African. He said, I'm an African. And he made his speech, and we gave him a standing ovation, which means we agreed with him that we were Africans. So I'll come back to that at a later stage. But let me come back to the 32 years of our democracy. I think we must admit that South Africa has made undeniable advances. Millions have gained access to electricity, water, housing, grants, education, health. South Africa has undeniably built one of the largest social security systems in the developing world in order to combat abject poverty. We continue to see strides, including health through the National Health Insurance, which the government of the day is in the relentless pursuit. But, and also, we admit that, and we commend the government and the ANC for all that. But we must also admit that is not the destination of the NDR. The NDR requires of us deeper transformation. And what is that deeper transformation that we must have the courage to engage in? Let me say, maybe I'll take a few examples. The economy, starting with the financial sector, that has not been transformed. And the NDR envisages its transformation. It hasn't been transformed. And if the financial sector is not transformed, which is the commanding heights of the economy, how do you expect to transform the rest of the economy? So I'm not going to dwell or speak at large on these issues because there are experts like Comrade Trevor and others will deal with those issues in more depth. I'll just point. So, if we haven't transformed the economy, is it not the reason also why we have not been able to deal with unemployment, with poverty, to some extent with patriarchy as well? So, we still need to transform the economy. We also have inequality in this country, gross inequality. And unfortunately, if you research, you'll find that gross inequality is associated with violent crime. Doesn't matter where you go, where there is gross inequality, there'll be violent crime. Because if one sector of the population is sitting in squalor and another sector is sitting in obscene opulence, there'll be anger. So part of dealing with violent crime in our society must be dealing with issues of poverty, inequality. And that's what is expected of us. And that's what the NDR is supposed to do. And as Kwame Nkrumah said, I quote, "Political independence is meaningless unless it is linked to economic emancipation." So the NDR has to ensure as a program that we reach that destination of economic emancipation, which we are not anywhere near reaching. We still have the triple challenges that we used to talk about of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Despite the 3 decades of democracy. Maybe let's also look at the JSC. The JSC, according to Duma Qubule, in a study commissioned by the BMF, says that the net black ownership is of the economy of companies that are in the JSC is only 6.9% in 30 years. That's a serious indictment. That is a very serious indictment, 6.9%. So it's still almost like it was during apartheid. So what is expected of us, I'm sure the speakers that will follow will say a lot about that. And of course, the South African economy is overwhelmingly a service economy. Industrialization is very minimal. And then there's mining and agriculture, but those are still minimal. The majority of it is financial. And of course, if we look at mining, we have resources that we mine. But what do we do from the mine to the port? They don't work for us. From the mine to the port, out, going to enrich and industrialize other nations other than us. we need to change that. We cannot continue exporting raw minerals and importing finished goods. Exporting raw, we are a price taker, not a price caller. Exporting raw, you export jobs. You remain with low mining jobs and export high-level beneficiating jobs. Exporting raw, you export revenue because you sell cheap and buy expensive. So that must change. And that must be the next phase of our transition. And if we do that, it means we'll have sufficient funds to have a skills revolution in the country, so that our kids are not only going to school, but they also get skilled. They become innovators. They have jobs because they are skilled. Because there is unemployment. Some of the kids who leave school don't have any skill that the economy requires, and therefore remain unemployed. And then we say you are importing scarce skills. Why are they scarce? Why are we not producing them? So these are the challenges that we must face. And of course, we must also strengthen the capacity of the state to do all the things that are expected, including dealing with what is topical today, migration. The government needs to take care of that. But let me also mention something very important: land. Land. Land must go back to owners. How do we deprive the population of the most basic asset? Because land is the most basic asset that anyone should have. And in South Africa, that asset has not been properly distributed yet to the population. And maybe that's why we continue importing food, and that's why there's still food poverty. Some people still go to bed some days without food. So the land issue, the government is doing the bills and stuff, but I think we need to make sure that people have access to that basic asset, which is land. And of course, the Expropriation Act and so on are things in the right direction, but eventually we must have land and people must farm. People must have access to land. And the challenges that are facing us, the greatest challenge is just the weakness in our own mass democratic movement and in our alliance. I will not dwell in that. There are others, I'm sure, who will talk about that. But that's a weakness that we are facing. And if we are weak, how can we lead society? Because we are supposed to be the leader of society. But how can we do it if within our own alliance we have cracks? So the renewal program must be visible and tangible. Otherwise, the NDR will be sidetracked and will not be what we and what our ancestors envisaged. Because our resolutions and our strategy and tactics is very clear, but are we doing what it says? And I want to say no. And evidence of that is that we got 40% in the election, which means our masses are no longer accepting us as their leader. And we need to change that. For the first time, after the first transition, we have what we call the GNU. The GNU is there because of the electoral misfortune of the ANC. But the masses are seeing that we are no longer on the firm route of the NDR. That's why. So we need to come back to that route. And of course, our struggle also has always been part of the bigger Pan-African struggle. We were liberated also as part of that big Pan-African struggle. If you look at all the Pan-African conferences, I'll just quote one, the 1945 one in Manchester. It had Pan-Africanists from the continent and from the diaspora. And they all decided that Africa must be decolonized within 50 years. That was their resolution. And South Africa was decolonized on the 49th year in 1994. Other than Western Sahara, it was the last one. But it was within the 50 years. But it was not just South Africans. The entire continent participated in our liberation. Even Tatu Mandela was trained militarily in various countries, Ethiopia, Algeria, Guinea. And the entire continent really participated in our struggle. And they even denied South African Airways from using their airspace when flying to Europe. A lot of them even denied their citizens to travel with their passports to South Africa. They endorsed them against South Africa. So it was a continental struggle, but it was also an international struggle. Solidarity was not just within the continent, it was everywhere. So, how do we look at Africa today? I'll come back to that at some stage, because we're facing something tomorrow. But I also want to say President Mandela spoke at the Organization of African Unity in 1990. And of course, he reminded the world that the struggle against apartheid was never the struggle of South Africans alone. He reminded them that it was a continental mission sustained by the unwavering solidarity of Africa. And he paid tribute to the OAU, to Ad hoc Committee of Southern Africa, and African governments that stood shoulder to shoulder with the ANC. He also acknowledged Africa's efforts that produced the landmark initiatives such as Harare Declaration and sustained the international campaign that secured the release of political prisoners. But that should not stop that we are liberated. We can't isolate ourselves from the continent. President Begi was one of the big advocates of the African Renaissance because he understood that Africa is who we are, is where we are, and that South Africa cannot develop to its full potential in isolation. So, even today, that is still true. We are part of the continent. Even our economy. Let's just take one example, tourism. Where do our tourists come from? 70% of our tourists come from the continent. So if tomorrow the continent said, well, South Africa doesn't want us, so no tourism to South Africa, what will happen to our tourism and to our economy? I'm just mentioning one sector. So we are really part of the continent. That does not mean we condone illegal immigration. Yes, people must migrate legally. And illegal migration must be taken care of by the government so that citizens don't take the law into their hands. But migration, as a continent, we have agreed on the continental free trade area because we need to trade amongst ourselves. But how do you trade if you can't move freely within the continent? For trade to happen properly, there must be free movement of goods and people. But that must be legal. The AU, to make sure that immigration is legal, adopted a protocol on free movement of people, which will allow free movement, but legal free movement. But that protocol was agreed upon in 2018. It hasn't been rectified. It only needs 15 countries to rectify for it to come into effect. But it hasn't been rectified. Including us. Here, we have not ratified it. So it's important that we rectify so that there is orderly migration. People have no excuse for not migrating legally. And free movement does not cause any serious problems. I'll quote one country that has amongst others, that has free movement. Rwanda, which is amongst the smallest countries on our continent, has free movement. You can go into the plane now from this meeting, get onto a plane and go to Rwanda. You don't need to apply for anything, as long as you have a legal document. And actually, Rwanda, not only because of that, but in part because of that, it's growing, it's flourishing. Because Africans come in and out. They bring what is good. When they want to go, they know they can come back. So free movement is not necessarily a problem as long as it's maintained and managed properly. And we have to also manage our own country properly. And there is also something very good that the continent has agreed on, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. That system allows you to buy anything from the continent using rands. You don't have to go through a third currency. And where you buy from, they receive the money in their currency. If you buy from Nigeria, making an example, you pay in rands, they receive the money in nairas. That's the Pan-African payment system. And also that way, you save money, because each time you use a third currency, you have to pay commission. I don't know how many countries have joined. Last time I checked, I think it was 17 or 18. But South Africa has not yet joined. I'm sure if we did, it will help our trade, it will help our economy. So the instruments are there, but we are not utilizing those instruments. But let me say that the complaints in the country about unemployment, yes, there's unemployment, it's true. There's poverty, it's true. But do we believe that if tomorrow all the Africans left, there will be zero unemployment in this country and there'll be zero poverty? The challenge is our economy. Yes, the grievances are correct, but I think we're barking on the wrong tree. There'll still be unemployment. There'll still be poverty. So let's fix our own house. Let's fix our economy. Let's not do what Frantz Fanon said, and I quote him: "The oppressed will always believe the worst about themselves and seek scapegoats among those closest to them." So let's not do what he said. Let's analyze the problems properly, and let's find solutions properly. And as he said, we must hide nothing from the masses of our people. We must tell no lies. We must mask no difficulties. We must talk about the difficulties we are facing. We must talk about our failures and claim no easy victories. So our prosperity depends not only on us, but on the continent as well. That's why Agenda 2063 says we want a continent that's integrated, that is peaceful, and that is prosperous, and that we can build together. And Agenda 2063 does explain how we can do that. Also, ensuring that women and youth are part of that development. When we say women and youth, we're not excluding men, but men have brought us to where we are. We are saying we must bring youth and women to the equation and work together with men as well. So I think we must bring the NDR to where it should be. It's not, we haven't reached the destination, but are we on the right trajectory? I think that's what we must be discussing today. Are we on the right trajectory? And I would want to say, let's bring the NDR to the right trajectory. We must have also rigorous leadership, ideological cohesion, and commitment to international solidarity. And of course, above all, we require an unwavering belief in our capacity to govern and to chart our destiny. We mustn't keep thinking that other people will come and fix our country or our continent. Who are those people? We must believe in ourselves. And because I lived in Ethiopia recently, I learned something from there. Many things, but I'll quote one. When they wanted to build their Renaissance Dam, like all of us, they called for investors. Investors didn't come. Others would have waited for years, waiting for investors. But they didn't wait. They decided, okay, we're going to build it anyway. And because I was living there at the time, I know we used to receive SMSs every day, sometimes once, sometimes twice, sometimes even 3 times a day, if you had an Ethiopian number. And it said, if you respond like this to the SMS, you donate $1 to the dam. And that's how that dam was built. By Ethiopians, by the population. They didn't sit and wait for investors because they realized that they must fix their country. They can't wait for years without the dam because they needed electricity. But if it was somewhere else, probably they'd still be waiting. So I think we need to change that mentality of believing that other people are going to be the ones that rescue us from our difficulties. We must believe, yes, if they come, we welcome them. But we can't wait for them because that's not their responsibility to build our country, to develop our continent. And our continent has enough resources to build the Africa we want. But we must take charge of them. How many countries in our continent know exactly how many tons of gold or whatever is lifted every day? how many? Even governments. They get told by the people who are lifting. How do we know when you say they've lifted 3, how do we know they didn't lift 5? We must take charge and ensure that we know what is happening, we know what's happening about our resources. And we must use our land. 60% of available arable land globally is on this continent. But this continent is importing food. We have water, we have sunshine, we have land, we have people. Why are we not growing our food? So we need leadership that's going to ensure we do the right things. We need to grow our food. This last year, probably we spent close to 100 billion importing food, dollars, as a continent, which we could have used to develop the continent. And growing our food would have also reduced the unemployment that is bothering us. So let us together do what we need to do and not wait for others. If they come, they are welcome. I'll give the last example before I sit down. When there was Ebola in the 3 West African countries, at the UN in the side meeting, President Obama said 1.4 million Africans are going to die of Ebola if nothing drastic is done. Right? The AU, together with African business led by the Zimbabwean businessman, Masiwa, came together to say, how do we deal with this to make sure these 1.4 million projected do not die? The African business donated. We called for volunteers, health workers, to go and work there. We got more than 800 health workers to go and work in those 3 countries. The Western countries didn't really send personnel. Cuba is the one who sent about 200 of their health workers to go and work there with us. We asked African governments to pay the salaries of the health workers who were there. And the money the African business were collecting was going to look after them, accommodation, transport, food, and so on when they are there. But their salaries should be paid. And Africa came together and did that. And of the projected 1.4 million people who were supposed to die, not even 100,000 died in all 3 countries combined. Because Africa worked together and did not wait for others to come and rescue us. The governments worked together with business, with the population. I asked one young man, I think he was from Kenya, was very young, a health worker. And I said, oh, what made you volunteer? And he said, you know, I sat there and I thought, what if this was happening in Kenya and nobody came? So that's why I decided to come. And then I interviewed somebody else from another country, and he said, you know, we always talk Pan-Africanism. I thought this was giving us an opportunity to display it in practice, not just in theory. That's why I volunteered. So it shows that Africans can come together and do what is needed by this continent. I want to go back to Kwame Nkrumah when he said, we're not facing west, we're not facing east, we're just facing forward. Because we need to move forward in our continent. We need a peaceful, we need to silence those guns. We need an integrated continent, not a separated, a divided continent. And we need a prosperous continent. So, the question before us is not whether the National Democratic Revolution remains relevant, but it is that the condition that gave rise to it still confront us every day. Inequality, unemployment, poverty, underdevelopment, and the unfinished struggle for economic emancipation persist. The real question is whether this generation has the courage, the vision, and the discipline to complete what the NDR needs to complete. That's what we must debate. Because history will not judge us by the speeches we make, the resolutions we adopt, and the debates we hold. It will judge us by whether we transformed political freedom into economic justice, whether we turned Pan-Africanism from an aspiration into a lived reality, and whether we left future generations a continent that is better, that is more united, peaceful, prosperous, and more sovereign than the one we inherited. The task before us is therefore clear: to complete the NDR, to advance Pan-Africanism, realize Agenda 2063, and build the Africa that Nkrumah imagined, that President Tambo fought for, that President Mandela sacrificed for, and that our children deserve. The future is not something that will happen to us. It is something we must build ourselves. And the time to build it is now. Nkosi sikelele Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. I'm going to ask you to please stay on stage for our first session for the moderation. So if you could please take a seat and we can get into the discussion. Thank you so much again, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, as we begin our first session, of course, looking then, you've left us with a lot to think about, a lot to sort of grapple with today when we look at the sessions that we'll be having. And of course, when we look at the NDR, the question that we'll be answering today, as you've so eloquently pointed out, is that of Pan-Africanism. And I guess this is a discussion, ladies and gentlemen, as I did say, we'll be taking questions from you, from the floor. And today is all about discussion and breaking down really the NDR and where we see it and where we see it going forward. So I guess to break the ice then, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, of course you pointed out so eloquently that we find ourselves in this position partly thanks to those who've been there before us. And so I'm curious to know, and I'm sure the audience as well, Do you think you could give us another 7 years of your service, possibly as president?
That's not about the NDR.
I did think that your answer was probably possibly going to be a short one. But, I mean, as you pointed out.
Service, yes, but as
Yeah.
president, I don't know.
Okay, so it's still, the jury's still out.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
Is this not service?
All right, so Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, as you pointed out, we are grappling with this anti-immigration sentiment on the eve then of what we expect tomorrow, also on the eve of what we've seen happening in the country, the July riots and so forth. But I guess, do you believe then that South Africa is at risk of being isolated then if this sort of anti-immigration sentiment continues?
Well, did you watch the game South Africa against Mexico?
Yes.
Who were the Africans cheering?
South Africa. Oh, was it Mexico? I thought it was, okay. I did watch the game. I did.
Yes, I think the marchers they are identifying the problems of unemployment. But the cause is not the right, what is causing unemployment is not what they are saying. But if we get isolated by Africa, what doomed? Yes. I mean, if you go to any region and ask a country, who is your biggest trading partner? They will not point at a country across oceans. They'll point at countries in their region. Now, if we isolate ourselves from our region, what will happen? So we can't afford to isolate ourselves from the continent.
And I guess, what did you make then as well?
Maybe even to the scholars, maybe we should go back to, was it 1906 when Pixley Kaseme wrote that seminal essay? He didn't talk about just South Africa. He talked about the continent, even then. So maybe we should visit that essay.
And I guess, I want to follow up then your question and ask about what you make then of the remarks by President Cyril Ramaphosa, his assertions then that illegal immigration causes stress in service delivery and creation of decent work. Is the president sort of right to blame immigrants then for the poor service delivery and creation of decent jobs?
I thought I answered that question in my talk, that even if all Africans were to leave, there'll still be unemployment. Do you think there'll be no unemployment?
Certainly not.
Yes. There'll still be unemployment. We need to fix our economy. We need to have a skills revolution, skill young people. And our education system must not train people for job seekers. It must be both. They must be able to get good jobs because they are skilled, but they must also be job creators, entrepreneurs. I'm sorry to go back to Ethiopia. Their lecturers also do time in the business sector because they say you can't train young people for a world you do not understand. Right?
And I suppose that would take time for us to build that sort of bridge that we want to see, that skills revolution, people who are not job seekers, but job creators.
Well, it depends on what we do. You know, recently I visited a place in India called the Art of Living, the International Center for the Art of Living. And I decided to just go. They have a small skills training. I just decided to visit it. They were just training young people who are out of school on how to repair cell phones. They were training kids who are out of school on how to install and maintain solar, how to repair drones, because India uses a lot of drones even in agriculture. They were training them how to repair electric motorbikes. So skills that are needed every day. In my village, who can repair my cell phone? Nobody. Even here, who repairs cell phones? I won't mention, but you know. But those young people, when they leave there, they either are absorbed by the companies or they start their own, because the skills they have are skills that are needed. And so they start their own companies. I'm just using that as a small example. There is a much broader. I also visited their agriculture because I come from a rural area where there is a bit of land, but it's lying fallow. To see how we can help to utilize the land that is there. Of course, people say we don't have money to fence away from the cattle and so on. But it's not big things that can take years. It's things that can be done. And in India, in that school, in that skills training center, they were partnering with Bosch, the company. We can do the same, partner with companies and skill people. So I don't think we can say, oh, it will take years. Let's start.
And I suppose maybe use the energy instead of, as you pointed out in your speech, looking for scapegoats for why we find ourselves in the situation. Use that energy to build that future, to build what we want to see forward.
Yeah, we have talented young people. Talent is evenly spread. It's just how you channel that talent.
Certainly. And, you know, of course, this is an interactive conversation, so I do want to remind the audience that you are open to bring your questions forward to this Q&A. Bring your ideas, of course, your thoughts that you have on this idea of Pan-Africanism forward as we engage then with Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. But I guess to bring it back home, Dr. Dlamini-Zuma, one of the questions that I wanted to ask you is, you know, how do we sort of read the decision then by the SACP to contest the ANC in elections? Has the alliance in this regard sort of departed then with the idea that the ANC is the leader of the NDR?
Is Soli not here? He's going to answer that question. I saw him on the program. I think he's the relevant person to answer the question. But I think it's unfortunate that I did say it in my speech, that we are no longer a coherent alliance to lead society. We are fracturing, and that is not good. And you can see it in the 40%.
Certainly. And I guess then, you know, as you pointed out, these issues of dealing with the economic, how we spread the economy across the country, that would help us create more jobs, build a better future for many South Africans and those who find themselves here. any sort of ideas then of how we take that forward in terms of the NDR and using this idea of Pan-Africanism?
Well, I think for the economy, why we still have banks, the only banks, maybe except Post Bank, are the banks that mainly are linked with the past. But how many people go and ask for finances with good ideas from the banks, and how many get funded? But maybe sometimes you should learn from your oppressor. What did the Afrikaners do to get out of the stranglehold of the British economy? They created financial institutions ranging from burial to banks to housing, to insurance. And they made sure that Afrikaner money goes to those institutions and Afrikaners get money from those institutions. So, I don't know. Why can't we have a bank that has the interest of the majority of South Africans? Or banks that have the interest of the majority of South Africans?
And I guess that's a good question maybe to pose to the audience. How do you see this then? Why don't we have banks then that sort of lend to the ideals of South Africans? And I invite audience members then to, of course, engage with us this morning. Give us your ideas, your questions again. Any ideas on, of course, how we move this question forward? We do have a roaming mic, so if you do want to ask a question, please put up your hand, and then we will bring the roaming mic to you. Okay, it looks like we've got a question over there.
Or an answer.
Sawubona, Unjani.
Please introduce yourself and then pose your question.
Sawubona, Unjani. Comrade Chinara, ANC. Comrade NDZ, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really insightful and promising. I do agree on the economy. The economy needs to be transformed, and it needs to have young people, it needs to have women involved in the economy. Capacitation is very important, as well as the land is important. We need to ensure that there are more young people and more females that are given land, given capacity, given education to ensure that we have we can feed and sustain our own nation so that we don't need to be looking externally. And, the transformation of the economy transforms everything. It transforms people's lives, and it ensures that our nation can move forward in the direction that it needs to. The capacity of the state is very important, as you mentioned, and an incapacitated state will never be able to meet the demands of the people. And that is why it's so important to have mentorship programs for young people, by people like yourself, people like Comrade Trevor, people such as President Mbeki. It's important to have proper succession planning that is also put into place. It's important also on infrastructure to ensure that we are sustaining the infrastructure that we have so that we can build the infrastructure that we need. And this comes to urban decay, to ensure that urban decay does not take place, take root, and stuff like that. It is also very important, as you mentioned, the matter of building and maintaining institutions that is for the growth and the development of our nation and our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maybe.
We've got more questions coming. I think should we take some more questions on
Mastan.
from the audience?
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini Zuma, for those insightful remarks. So I want to try answer the question, but I also have my own question. So I'm not sure how you want me to do this. But in terms of an answer, I was going to say to the question you posed, perhaps it was because in the mid-90s, the process of building this country, we're now going to be one nation, we're going to reform the institutions, reform the economy, try build an inclusive society. Perhaps we thought we were being dealt with in good faith by the individuals who controlled these huge financial institutions, and that the process of transformation was something that they'd taken on as a serious mission themselves. But now, some 32 years on, we're discovering that no, this wasn't necessarily the case, that whilst we thought they were working with us, rather there's a different outcome that was being sought. When I say we, I was born in 2004, so I only discovered this later on. My question to Dr. Dlamini Zuma is, one of the reiterating themes I hear in your remarks is that we must start. We must start as a continent to truly build along the lines of deconstructing these walls that make it harder to travel, to trade, to do business. But this gives an impression that the process of the NDR indeed started and idled and was moving towards this and stalled, and now it must be restarted. Do you think the inability for it to be restarted now is a function of a lack of political will, or is it rather that we as a society maybe have lost touch or sense with what the values of the NDR are, especially with the lens of what we're dealing with now in 2026? Thank you.
All right. I think we'll take one more question, if there is one. Okay, we've got one more question in the audience, and then we can, of course, throw it back to you, Dr. Dlamini Zuma. We've got one more question there in the audience. Oh, here we go. Oh, we've got plenty of questions, actually. But we'll take you as a last question, and then we'll go for another round afterwards.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, for your presentation. My name is Tshegofatso Sekano. You spoke a lot about Pan-Africanism and isolation and how South Africa can't afford that, right? But then it is no secret that there are those who benefit from our dysfunction. There are those who enjoy the fractures in African unity. And so even when we're talking about immigration, there are talks of a third force, like with the IFP and the Wibatong massacre. So it becomes a question of, if we're talking about South Africa needs to commit itself fully to the Pan-African vision and the dream of African unity, because we need our fellow African continent, then it also becomes a question of, when are we going to be willing to separate ourselves from these people who benefit from our dysfunction and who actively sponsor it, right? Because even, we're quoting a lot of Kwame Nkrumah right now, but even Kwame Nkrumah himself, he was subjected to a Washington-sanctioned coup for speaking out about neocolonialism as the last stage of colonialism and its dangers to Africa. So at which point, and are we able as South Africa to then say, okay, we're going to separate ourselves from, I don't want to say Western or Eastern powers, but all of these powers that actively sponsor and benefit from our dysfunction? Are we in a position to then say, we're going to separate ourselves from you like we're trying to do with BRICS? And will we survive that and move on as the African continent somehow? We might struggle for a bit, but in the long term, would that be beneficial for us? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. So, yeah, a lot.
I think I'll throw back the questions to the audience because I don't have the monopoly of ideas. So other people can also answer and probably even better. So, but maybe starting with the issue of infrastructure. I completely agree that we must build our infrastructure. Part of the reason our economy is not growing to the extent it should is that we don't have proper transport infrastructure. No, if you look at countries that have developed, none of them have just developed on roads without rail. Because our goods then take long to get to where they are going, we become less competitive. And our roads have to be repaired all the time. So I think infrastructure must also mean rail. But also there's transport that we don't seem to pay attention to on the maritime highways. 90% of Africa's export and imports are transported through the maritime highways, but none of those ships are ours. And also, the people in those ships, majority of them are not Africans. And yet, the ocean's economy is a big economic frontier that we have not paid attention to. And I think we should pay attention to it. Because Africa is like an island, a big island. We have 5 seas or oceans. Can we name them? We have the Atlantic, we have the Indian, we have the Antarctica, we have the Mediterranean, we have the Red Sea. But we don't pay attention to the ocean. Even now, if you were to go up, you'll see lots of ship on the high seas, even fishing vessels, majority not African. So I think that's a very important issue around transport, around infrastructure. Mentorship, yes, I agree, is important. I think I want the other people to get to engage. The last question that was asked about whether we should separate ourselves. We are in a global village, but we must understand our responsibility towards our own country and continent. I'm not saying we should isolate ourselves completely from the world, no. But what I'm saying is, they are not going to build the continent for us. Or South Africa, they haven't built it in 30 years, in 32 years. We have that responsibility. If they help, it's fine, but we can't leave it to them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we should now isolate ourselves completely from other regions. But we can also see some light in the continent. Maybe, should I be controversial? Okay. I'll be controversial. You know, I've been to Burkina twice recently. Why? Because I can see a revolution there, a progressive revolution. Yes, some people ask me, how do you go there? There was a coup there. How do you visit a country where there was a coup? I said, on the day of the coup, I was not there. I was here. That young man removed another soldier, didn't kill anyone. But I went there because I can see there is a revolution. They are building that country. They are doing what Sankara had pronounced and was wanting to do before he was assassinated. So you can see they've taken charge of their resources. They know how much gold now that they are mining they didn't know before. They are building their own roads. He's asked his engineers and giving them equipment. They are building the roads instead of waiting for companies from outside that are going to charge a lot of money. So he has given peasants equipment to farm so that they are self-sufficient in terms of food and so on. So, yes, he wasn't elected, but he's doing what elected people should be doing. That's my view. You can disagree with it. You can disagree with it, but that's my view. There was another question. You had said you'll ask the question and you'll answer it, but you didn't answer it.
Us. No, the moderator, the last question she asked you, she threw back to us, so I tried to answer that question. But I had a different question of my own. So my question was around your remarks. There was a recurring theme that I read, at least, as we must start to take action on these things. This gave me the impression that the NDR had started, idled, got moving, but then ultimately along the way, somewhere it stalled. And so it was, the real question was, why did it stall? And where does the process of restarting it exist? Is it a failure of political will, or is it that we maybe as a society have become distracted and no longer have a true sense of what the NDR is?
Maybe I should have not said let's start. If I said let's start, maybe I should have said we must continue on there, because I think we're not there. I may be wrong, and people must correct me, but I think we're not following the NDR as we should. We're not doing things that advance the NDR. And I said we should have the courage, the discipline, we should have the patriotism to do it. But I also want to ask a question from you as a young person and other young people. Do you hold us accountable? What is your struggle right now? Because I talked about things that we agree on at the AU. Do you ever ask us, you have agreed on this at the AU, how far are you in implementing it? Because the AU is not an implementing agent. The implementation is at member states. Do you ever ask us, or ask the government, not us, I'm no longer in government, but do you ever do that?
I think that's a good point for us to leave the conversation on. Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, I'm being told we have run out of time, and I know the conversation was just getting started, and there's a lot of questions that many audience members possibly wanted, but we do have more discussions happening today. So I'd like to thank you so much for being here and, of course, answering to the audience this morning. Thank you again, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, for your insights this morning. Thank you. So now I will hand over then to our next speaker, and that is Professor Bongani Ngulunga. He will be taking over now and, of course, introducing our next session. Thank you so much.
President, good morning. And I see we have a lot of leaders of our society here and in the first row, starting from Tenjiwe Mtinso, Bridget Mapandla, and Tate Mandisa Mpahla. Should I mention you, Dr. Ndlozi? Tate Sakima Xozoma, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Tate Mafuso Msimang, and Tate Vavi. Now I try to write some books, and sometimes I write books about people, but what you come to know is that you cannot know everything about a person. Now, so yesterday, as I was preparing for this, I wanted to check some minor detail about the life of the speaker that I'm about to introduce, because I had read somewhere that he got fired by Anglo Gold sometime in the 1980s, and I wanted to confirm the year. I wasn't too sure whether it was 1987 or 1988. And so I Googled him. Now, I was shocked when I Googled him. It said, Comrade Vavi, Google says you are the internet personality. Internet personality. I was like, the leader of workers and our people. Google calls you the internet personality. That is what it calls you. So I thought I will correct the record by introducing you properly this morning. Our next speaker has been involved in the trade union movement for 4 decades. And as life happens, actually, he got involved when he was fired by Anglo Gold in 1987, if I'm not mistaken, for participating in a strike. And that is when he became a regional secretary of COSATU in the West Rand, if I'm not mistaken. And many of us, I do not know about a young person who said he was born in 2004, but many of us who were born a lot earlier know him as a leader of COSATU, and now he is the General Secretary of the South African Federation of Trade Unions, SAFTU. That is the name of the organization, and he is going to speak to us about the NDR and the organized working class. We are going to give him about 30 minutes to speak, and so that we can have sufficient time to engage. And so let us welcome Comrade Vavi as he comes to speak. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Leadership, President Begi, and the leadership next to you, Trevor Manuel and Sagima Xozoma, Mama Nkosazana, Mkhulua, Tate Vuso Msimang, and all of you, Sister you. Don't you dare say I told you so, please. And I was asked to come and present on the NDR and the working class. And I thought, why are they choosing me in particular? And but I felt that you wanted to hear honestly from the other perspective that we usually represent on what have happened over many decades now. So let me first start by allocating myself. I'm not speaking here from a neutral observer point of view. I'm not speaking as an academic standing outside the battle. I speak as a trade unionist. I speak from the standpoint of the organized working class. I speak from the accumulated experience of almost 4 decades in the leadership of the South African trade union movement, from being a worker, a shop steward, a leader of COSATU in the locals, regions, its national organizer, deputy general secretary, and 15 years as the general secretary, and now the general secretary of SAFTU. And that experience has placed me inside almost every major debate of a democratic South Africa. The RDP, GIE privatization, labor market restructuring, industrial policy, austerity, state capture, the crisis of the alliance, the birth of SAFTU, the weakening of the working class. I therefore speak not as someone looking back from the comfort of the hindsight. I speak as someone who was there when these battles were fought. And I want to state the central argument plainly. The working class was correct to warn that abandoning the transformative spirit of the Freedom Charter, Morogoro, and the RDP will bring South Africa to the precipice where it stands today. I do not say that in triumph. There is nothing to celebrate when workers are vindicated by mass unemployment, hunger, and despair. But history must be honest. Workers warned against neoliberalism. Workers warned against GIE. Workers warned against privatization. Workers warned against labor brokering. Workers warned against premature trade liberalization. Workers warned against austerity. Workers warned against commercializing public goods. Workers warned that a democracy that does not transform the material conditions of the majority would one day face a crisis of legitimacy. Today, today, 32 years after democracy, those warnings can no longer be dismissed as slogans. They must be confronted. So let me speak about the dream of liberation. The National Democratic Revolution was never meant to be merely about changing who occupies the union building. Workers did not fight simply to change the color of those who govern. Workers fought to change the conditions under which they live. The Freedom Charter was not an academic text. It was a covenant with the oppressed. It promised that the people shall govern, that the people shall share in the country's wealth, that the land shall be shared amongst those who work it, that there shall be work and security, and that shall be houses. There shall be houses, security and comfort, that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened, that there shall be equal justice. The ANC strategy and tactic document adopted at Morogoro sharpened this further. It warned that in South Africa, more than in most oppressed countries, liberation will be meaningless unless the wealth of the land is returned to the people as a whole. It warned that allowing existing economic interest to retain their power would not even represent the shadow of liberation. That was not ultra-left rhetoric. That was the ANC at Morogoro. That was the liberation movement understanding that political power without economic transformation will betray the deeper meaning of freedom. The RDP then became the bridge between the dream and government. It was the Freedom Charter translated into a program of action for housing, water, electricity, jobs, land, industrial development, education, healthcare, public transport, regional development, democratic participation. The RDP, okay, let me say the tragedy today is that the RDP has disappeared from the political vocabulary. Instead of reconstruction, we speak of fiscal consolidation. Instead of redistribution, we speak of investor confidence. Instead of public goods, we speak of cost recovery. Instead of solidarity, we speak of markets. That ideological shift matters because we believe it is at the heart of the crisis today. So what happened to democracy and what has it achieved? And let us be fair, democracy in South Africa changed the country. Apartheid was defeated. Universal suffrage was won. A progressive constitution was adopted. Workers' rights were entrenched. The apartheid labor market was transformed through the LRA, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, Employment Equity, the Skills Development Framework, and other labor laws. Millions gained houses. Millions gained electricity. Millions gained water. Millions received social grants. These gains are real. They are not gifts. There were victories won through struggle. They must be defended. But let's also tell the truth about them. Access without affordability is not liberation completed. A house without work nearby condemns workers to long and expensive travel. Electricity that exists but cannot be afforded does not fulfill the Freedom Charter. Water that is connected but priced beyond the poor does not represent dignity. Public transport that collapses, forces workers into expensive alternatives. A constitution that promises rights cannot satisfy a hungry child. So yes, democracy delivered important advances, but from the standpoint of the working class, it failed to complete the transformation that gave those advances their true meaning. So what is the working class verdict? 32 years later, South Africa today is on a precipice. Not because nothing has changed. That would be false to make a claim of that kind. But because the structures that reproduce poverty, unemployment, and inequality remain fundamentally intact. More than 30 million South Africans today are unemployed by the expanded definition. That is not statistic. It is a national catastrophe. It means that young people walking up and waking up every morning with nowhere to go. It means graduates sending CVs into silence. It means parents unable to feed their children. It means pensioners supporting entire households. It means workers accepting any wage because unemployment has become a weapon. It means unions weakened because millions are outside stable employment. It means despair. The greatest betrayal of democratic South Africa has been the normalization of mass unemployment. We speak about employment as if it was just a weather, as if it simply happened. It does not mean it just happened. It is a result of choices. Choices to abandon a decisive industrial strategy. Choices to liberalize prematurely. Choices to allow deindustrialization. Choices to tolerate labor brokering and casualization of labor. Choices to discipline public expenditure instead of mobilizing the state to create work. The Freedom Charter promised that there shall be work and security. Millions have neither. Hunger in the land of plenty. Perhaps nothing exposes the failure of the National Democratic Revolution more painfully than hunger. South Africa is a country capable of feeding its people. In fact, South Africa produces more food than the country needs. Yet, millions experience food insecurity. Millions skip meals. Children suffer malnutrition and stunting. Workers increasingly cannot afford nutritious food even when they are employed. Yeah, we must be careful with statistics because different institutions measure different things. For example, Statistics South Africa measure poverty and household food access in one way. SALRU, University of Cape Town, and the academic researchers often measure poverty and deprivation differently. The Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group measures the cost of a public and nutritious food basket. Oxford multi-dimensional poverty approach looks beyond income to broader deprivation. These are not contradictions. They are different windows into the same crisis. The working class experience of poverty is not methodology. It is the question that I can say, can I feed my child tonight? Workers did not struggle for political freedom in order to create a long queue to food parcels. They did not fight apartheid so that children could arrive at school late, having been delivered by vans, 15 to 20 in a small buggy on an empty stomach. Hunger is not charity work. Hunger is a political economy. It's about wages, jobs, land, food, transport, social grants, corporate concentration of food systems, the climate change calamity, and the failure to use democratic state decisively to ensure that no child goes to bed hungry. The land, housing, and the apartheid geography, just to speak briefly on that. The land question remains unfinished. We must not reduce land only to commercial agriculture. Land is also an urban question. Millions have moved from rural areas, from former Bandustan labor reserves, into the cities searching for work. They arrive in cities built by apartheid to exclude them. They settle in informal settlements because land and housing are unavailable or simply unaffordable. They live far from jobs. They spend hours and large portions of income traveling. They remain trapped in apartheid geography. So, when the Freedom Charter says the land shall be shared amongst those who work it, it must hear that as a rural and urban demand. It's about the farms, it's about the cities, it's about housing, transport, it's about spatial justice. It's about whether workers can live near opportunity. So let me speak briefly about the public transport as a class question. For decades, the organized trade union movement has argued that public transport is not luxury. It is a working class necessity. From COSATU to SAFTU, we have demanded a public-owned transport system that is reliable, safe, integrated, affordable. The collapse of commuter rail, that was the greatest attack on the workers' living standards. In Gauteng and in the Western Cape in particular, millions who depend on the trains were forced to move into more expensive transport. Every extra rand spent on transport is a rand taken from food, school, electricity, and healthcare. Every extra hour on the roll is an hour stolen from family time, from rest and community participation. The rebuilding of rail currently must be welcomed warmly, but we must be clear, public transport cannot be left to the logic of profit. It is a public good. On the state and justice, the working class experience the state through policing, through courts, home affairs, municipalities, through clinics, schools, labor centers, and public transport. That is why the state of the state matters to workers. A weak state hurts the poor even more, and it hurts them first. The rich can buy alternatives. They can buy private security, health, education, transport, senior counsel, forensic accountants, delaying tactics. The poor cannot. When the police fail, the poor suffer. When the detectives are weak, the poor suffer. When prosecution collapses, the poor suffer. When courts are delayed, the poor suffer. When the legal aid is overstretched, the poor suffer. Justice has increasingly become stratified by class. The rich can litigate for years, but the poor are told to wait. The Freedom Charter promised equal justice, but equal justice requires more than beautiful constitutional language. It requires a functional criminal justice system. It requires detection, investigation, forensic prosecution, conviction, protection of women and children, protection of workers in the townships and informal settlements. Crime is not only a security issue, it is a class issue. On the global balance of forces and the choices we made, we must also be historically honest. The democratic breakthrough happened at a terrible moment in the world history. When the Freedom Charter was adopted, when the SACP drafted the road to South African freedom, when Morogoro met in the world, when the Morogoro met, the world still had a socialist bloc. There was a contest between systems. Capital was not as arrogant as it is now. By 1994, the Soviet Union had collapsed, the Eastern Bloc had collapsed. The world entered a unipolar moment. Thatcher and Reagan already helped unleash neoliberal globalization. Capital had become more mobile. States competed to attract investment. Trade unions were weakened globally. Inequality rose. The share of income going to workers came under pressure, in fact declined. Privatization, deregulation, outsourcing, and austerity became the language of the age. South Africa entered at the high tide of neoliberalism. That is an objective fact. But comrades, objective conditions do not abolish all political choices. Liberation movements are not judged only by the constraints they inherited. They are judged by the choices they make within those constraints. And here, the working class must be clear. Here represented a decisive rupture with the RDP. It shifted the center of gravity from the reconstruction and redistribution to fiscal discipline, liberalization, and market confidence. The trade union movement, it will weaken industrialization. We warned it will deepen inequality. We warned it will strengthen capital at the expense of labor. We warned so many things, and 30 years later, history requires an honest reckoning. The issue is not about "we told you so." The issue is why warnings from workers were ignored. So the 2008 crisis and how it impacted on us is part of what we must discuss in terms of how the international balance of forces impacted on the initial democratic revolution. Because that 2008 crisis gave the world a lesson. It was the worst capitalist crisis since the Great Depression of 1929. Capitalism itself was rescued and needed to be rescued by the state. The United States, where the crisis began, abandoned the free market dogma when its own system was threatened. It used mass monetary interventions. It used stimulus. It used public power to stabilize the economy. Much of the Western Europe chose austerity. Instead of using the crisis to launch a bold program of reindustrialization, infrastructure expansion, public employment, and redistribution, we moved increasingly towards fiscal consolidation. In South Africa at that time, the VAT was increased to 15%, and that on its own is a symbol of the type of choices we made. The burden fell on workers and the poor. The result was weak growth, weak investment, deepening unemployment, failing confidence, state increasingly unable to meet the demands of society. The organized labor movement argued for a different route. We argued for state-led development, for industrial policy, infrastructure, redistribution of wealth, employment creation, support for domestic production, a stronger public sector. We were not listened to. Today, the evidence is written in the lives of the workers. So let's talk briefly about the recomposition of the working class itself in this period. Let's look at ourselves now as workers and as a class. The working class today is not the same working class that defeated apartheid. Factories have been closed. Mines have shed thousands of jobs. Permanent work has declined. Labor brokering, outsourcing, casualization, and platform workers have grown. Remote work has changed the workplace. Workers now are more fragmented. There are 220 registered trade unions in South Africa today. 4 trade unions at NEDLEC. 22 registered trade union federations by the Department of Labor. Millions are unemployed and have never experienced union culture, political education, and workplace democracy. This is fundamental because the motive forces of the revolution has now been restructured. The trade unions cannot simply organize as if it is still in the 1980s. The working class now includes permanent workers, precarious workers, informal workers, platform workers, unemployed workers, domestic farm, community health care, young graduates without work, and pensioners supporting households. If unions organize only those in permanent employment, they will become representatives of the shrinking minority of the class. The future of trade unions depends on organizing the working class as a whole. So there's a weakening solidarity in the country and in the world. The material crisis produces these political consequences. When people lose hope, they search for explanations, such as exactly what is happening in South Africa today. If progressive forces are weak, reactionary forces provide answers. And that's why we see xenophobia, Afrophobia, ethnic chauvinism, regionalism, racism, sexism, and personality cults. The liberation movement once united people across tribe, language, and race. Workers entered factories as Zulu, Xhosa, Sotho, Tswana, Venda, Tsonga, so-called colored, Indian, and white workers. But they emerged from the factories as comrades. That unity did not fall from heaven. That unity did not fall from heaven. It was built through organization and political education. Today, those institutions have weakened, hence the crisis. The ANC itself has weakened. And I've been discussing this in my mind and with loads of comrades about what price is society really paying about this 40%. When President Mbeki spoke about this thing over and over, a lot of people looked at this in the dimension of a leader of ANC defending the TEF, and would have never understood the today crisis in the context of what price society will pay if the national movement that united all the African masses was to be weakened to the point that it represents 40% today. So everybody has weakened. Civic, youth, political education has weakened. There's a vacuum. And now there's a return to old backward identities. We now see the chance of Shangana Sugendleleni. And 2 days ago, there was a mobilization by the Shangans and the Tsongas. Unbelievable stuff happening right whilst we're still alive. Our fallen heroes must be turning on their graves. They did not die for tribalism. They did not die for xenophobia, for Afrophobia. They did not die so that poor can attack the poor whilst capital escapes untouched. So the whole crisis, the psychological liberation, is now back to haunt us. This is where Fanon and Biko remains indispensable. Fanon warned that colonialism does not only occupy land, it also occupies the mind. Biko warned that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressed is the mind of the oppressed. Political liberation did not automatically complete psychological liberation. Do I have to stop? I can stop now. The collapse of black solidarity is one of the most painful signs of this unfinished task. The black suffering becomes normal to us. Something has gone terribly wrong. When we are unmoved by the suffering of black children at the traffic lights, but moved immediately when whiteness cries on television, then Fanon is speaking to us. When Africans turn against other Africans, colonialism is still alive in the mind. When the oppressed police one another instead of confronting the system that oppressed them, then the revolution remains incomplete. The moral crisis speaks to us every day, to our values, to our liberation movement, once celebrated as a symbol of sacrifice. Modesty has gone through the window. Today we speak of leadership owing up to 74 million worth homes, others with millions in the furniture. The culture of service is going. Collective leadership have been weakened. Ubuntu as a concept is under threat. Today, crass materialism is what is celebrated in the social media. Opulence, the abuse of office, the politics as a route to accumulation. Union position fought over because of investment companies, of travel claims, and access to resources. Leadership contest shaped by money rather than political grounding. The class composition of leadership has changed. Many leaders no longer live where workers live. They no longer use the services workers use. Their children do not attend schools workers use. Their daily life no longer a life of class they claim to represent. This matters. Social location shapes consciousness. A leadership that lives far from workers can begin to speak left whilst living right. That is one of the dangers confronting the liberation movement and the trade union movement alike. So I would have liked to speak about renewal, but I don't want to defy this professor. And I would have liked to speak about everything else that is confronting us today in the context of that renewal. Dr. Ndlozi, I've been inspired to write this into a full discussion paper. And so I'm going to publish that tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You will have a chance. Let's sit. No, don't go. Don't go. They still have to ask you questions. Yes. Oh, no, please sit this side here. Let's give the Secretary General another round of applause. I have two questions. I'm going to start. I have two questions about some of the points you made. One, you spoke about the decline of the organized working class. I mean, I was reading that in South Africa, only 23% of workers are unionized. Only 23%. I mean, as you said, the working class is not the same anymore. Then there is a second point you made about the fragmentation of the working class. I mean, in the context of our conversation about the NDR, I would like you just to reflect a bit, I mean, about these two developments. I mean, there are implications for the role that the organized working class can play in the national democratic revolution. And I do want to ask, I mean, what happened to union unity? And perhaps more than most, we are one person who should be able to answer that question. Perhaps let us start it there.
Well, it's true that only 23% of workers belong to trade unions today.
Yeah.
Please note that in 2007, the level of unionization in South Africa was hovering around 40%. The tragedy happened between 2007 And Marikana was a symbol of the internal tragedy unfolding inside the trade unions. Because Marikana represented the rejection of the shop steward of my union and Mondle Kungubela's union, the National Union of Mine Workers, by ordinary workers who were seeing their shop steward suddenly as the symbols of their continuous oppression. They revolted against them. That's how Marikana happened. After 6 months of strike, when workers have absolutely nothing to lose in any case, because their own IDs and their pay slips were now residents in the Mashonisas offices. They were earning zilch. So they revolted. Marikana happened as a symbol of the weakening of the trade union movement. Then led to the crisis of 2013 NUMSA Congress, NUMSA's dismissal in November 2014, my own dismissal in March 2015, and the rest is history. The combination of all of those factors, which were celebrated somewhere within the ANC, and I remember this very, very painfully, that I was one of those who did everything that I can to get the ANC to stop the tragedy unfolding. But the balance of forces at the time was in favor of those who were very keen to see the destruction of the trade union movement because it has become an irritation to themselves. So they destroyed it. Today, we are paying the price, 23% of workers only. So the tragedy is a combination of both internal, objective, subjective weaknesses, but it is also a subject of external weaknesses I spoke about. Deindustrialization, casualization, informalization, rise of precarity, and all of that. So I wanted to just confirm that. And this is the point that you're asking, so what do we do now to rebuild the revolution in the context of a fragmented trade union movement that has been weakened, in the context of the weakened working class, civil society, everybody? My view is, despite all of the crisis, trade unions remain the only maybe possible point of reawakening of a revolution in South Africa. Despite the weaknesses, they still represent between 3 and 4 million people. No other institution in this country is as big as that, fragmented as it is. But we're talking 3 to 4 million people. How I wish that we could go back to the real roots of political education, of ideological grounding. Yesterday I posted something I shared with Mondle about how workers develop, firstly, trade union consciousness, class, how they become aware that they belong to a proletariat class, and that class is about and must be about itself. It doesn't happen overnight. I think we need to think in this forum and many other forums about how do we rebuild the trade union, how do we rebuild the civil society, and how do we rebuild the liberation movement as a whole. The liberation movement, by the way, I normally say this, the ANC is weakening, and unfortunately we're back to what Gramsci once said, the old is dying, but the new will not rise.
Yeah.
This is exactly where we are. We're not looking to the PAC as APO. We're not even looking to the EFF. The old is dying and the new is not arising. And this is what tomorrow is about. Tomorrow is about the old is dying and there is no new rising. Yeah, thank you.
I have a question about, because trade unions are very interesting. I mean, they are a product of a particular time. in a sense. I mean, they were anchored by industrial workers, I mean, who worked in factories. I mean, I spent quite a bit of time reading what your federation publishes. I mean, there's a consistent theme. I mean, you always decry the decline of manufacturing, for instance. I mean, it just appears to me that perhaps there needs to be a reimagination even of trade unionism itself and what trade unionism is supposed to do. We are not even talking about fundamental technological shifts, I mean, that are going to bring even more serious problems for the organized working class. And I think I'm just interested to know whether those discussions and thinking about what these fundamental shifts mean for not only the present, but the future of trade unionism itself and the role that trade unionism can play in society. I mean, are there such conversations inside SAFTU and in the broader trade union movement as a whole?
We are trying to focus that as the issue for a discussion for survival. The state of the working class and how we should respond to the phenomenon of deindustrialization. And that's why I was saying you can't pretend that we are still in 1980s. And yet there are still leaders at very senior level who still believe that you can still have this manufacturing industrial workers leading a revolution as they once did in history. And they won't recognize how things have really changed. Industrial working class, manufacturing contributed about 22% to the GDP in 1994, and it has been declining to about 11, 12, 13% today.
Yeah.
We have 27% idling industrial capacity in South Africa today, almost a third. What does that mean to workers? It means you can no longer rely on the manufacturing industrial base to lead any revolution, unfortunately. The latest statistics of the first 3 months says that manufacturing sector only employs about 9 to 11% of all workers in the economy. You can see that things have really happened, and this is not small, these are systemic changes that have actually happened. And some of us have seen this happening a long time ago. In fact, post-2010, Mbuyiseli, I was so inspired by the success of 2010 and how South Africa could unite behind common objectives that I, as a General Secretary of COSATU, in fact, that's how my trouble started. I convened a civil society conference of 67 organizations to talk about, can we focus on the crisis of the education system as a common objective? Sure. The then Secretary General of the ANC, my own friend and comrade, issued a statement, Gwede Mandashe, to say they are meeting somewhere without the ANC, plotting to defeat and to dethrone the movement. Goodness me. Everybody ran for cover. Who wants to be seen to be plotting? But the end result was that we couldn't reshape the relationship between organized workers and the rest of the civil society movement inside the Congress movement. We couldn't. Because of the extent of the paranoia on the part of the leadership. We are trying to do that outside now. In SAFTU, we convened a broad working class summit in July of 2018, attended by 140-something civil society organizations. I see the SACP is trying to convene a conference of the left. We didn't participate because we were not convinced that the people who were there were left. So we stayed away. For we have learned, We have learned from all of the discussions at night. And we won't repeat the same mistakes again. So that's where we are, yeah.
Just, I want to ask you a political question. I get a sense that the organized working class, perhaps over the past 3 decades or so, and perhaps especially now, have not figured out how to position itself politically. And what we are talking about now is just one instance, I mean, the Conference of the Left. But there have been many instances, I mean, where, oh, we did this and we regret that we did that. I mean, it seems to me that perhaps the organized working class has not really figured what is its political posture and positioning, given the problems that it faces inside the working class itself, but also the problems in the broader progressive movement, I mean in the broader Congress movement. And maybe just closer to your case, I mean, I do know that a leader of one of the major unions that are affiliated to SACP formed a political party and contested elections not too long ago. This is just one example, I mean, one instance where you get a sense that perhaps there is a problem of political positioning that perhaps has not been resolved. Yeah.
Absolutely. And in fact, it is that political positioning that is leading to even greater levels of fragmentization inside even SAFTU, which was supposed to be created as an alternative to COSATU. The level of disagreements about your question are so intense that they threaten the overall levels of cohesion, even around now issues that have little to do about political positioning.
Yeah,
There is fragmentization. There's a fragmentization about that question inside COSATU. I'm looking at it in the long distance now. It was playing itself out in this weekend during the Niau Congress. And it will play itself out in the coming September Congress of COSATU. It's everywhere else. Goodness me, and I hope that I'll go into the detail, honest detail about the state of the trade union movement in South Africa and how possibilities are diminishing in front of all of us for us to be a player in any kind of a real reconstruction of the South African politics.
Yeah. And I cannot resist asking about tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
yes,
disaster.
Yes, because I mean there is another aspect that we do not talk about. I mean the people who lead that protest are people, frankly, in the history of South African politics that we have never seen before. Amaping, as some of them call them that. But there is something about it actually that I'm quite interested in, because it's an indication of weakness that organizations that have led the people for decades have become weaker, and that has created this space for these characters that we have never seen in South Africa's political life. But that includes union leaders themselves, I mean, because these are the people who should be in communities and giving perspectives to people about what is going on. I don't know whether that is your sense. I mean, because it is one thing to say these are bad people. The question is, where are good people? Where are people who have led for a long time? And I don't know from where are the trade union leaders, I mean the civic leaders, to lead people, to make people understand what is going on in South Africa.
Nature allows no vacuum. That's the first point. The second point, you don't allow today's conditions for such a long time. personally, I've said this and I've paid the price for it. I said, we are sitting on a ticking time bomb, powder keg. You cannot today have over 13 million people unemployed, and you normalize that. You don't even speak about it, as I was saying. You think that that's about the weather. You don't translate that into how it should be impacting on the lives of 13 million people, who most of them should be breadwinners in their homes. Then when you allow those conditions, 62% according to the University of Cape Town living below the upper bound poverty level, and when, according to Statistics South Africa, you have 11 million people skipping a meal a day, and that as a result, you have 27% of your children stranded and dying with malnutrition. These conditions are extraordinary, very hard. They lead to two things. The levels of desperation will want people to blame someone. So they have found a bogeyman now. And the person to blame is the most vulnerable in society. It starts with the African migrants, and I can tell you it will go to tribalism. In fact, it is already there.
Yeah, yeah.
The Shanga Nasuke Ndleleni song does not come from the sky. It is a manifestation of the rise of you blame the weakest amongst us. And I can tell you where it is going to go. Tomorrow's stairway will not be overwhelmingly supported in the Eastern Cape. But it will be overwhelmingly supported in Durban and parts of Gauteng.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the seeds of what we have seen from Ongoye in 1982, right up to where we picked and counted that 16,000 people have died between 1982 and 1994. This is where we are going to. So you have to blame somebody when you are desperate. The second manifestation is that there will be a rise of a new leader, a new hero.
Yeah.
People are in search of a hero.
Yeah, yeah.
And the hero will not be the ones that is associated with the failure and the 13 million unemployment rate. The new hero will be the one that is blaming the system, even though their actions are in support of the system. And that's where Jacinta Gomez, Pagelum Tagat in Dabandaba, and this fellow. Very rude guys. Ngizwe Mchunu.
Yes.
Totally uncouth, even from the African perspective. Rude. Very rude. But unfortunately, this is what is happening. If I, Zweli Mavavi, with my 40 years of exposure in the trade union movement, was to tweet something today about about Pixie's Kasem, that will get about 1,000 retweets.
That's true.
But if Ndabandaba comes and sing total song that have absolutely nothing to do with the revolution, that gets replayed 70,000 times and plus.
Yeah.
This is where we are now. People are looking for a hero, and there are heroes that are emerging. For nature allows no virtue.
Well, thank you very much. I know we have a lot of questions. No, please sit down. We still have a lot of questions.
I'm keep on.
I'll take one of, so that I do not stand between you and comfort break. I'll start on my right. Say 1, 2, 3, 4. Then starting with you. Yes, with the cap. Yes. I think we'll have to write down the questions.
Thank you, moderator.
Thank you.
Silumko Nondwango.
system.
Silumko Ndwango, a former trade unionist, coming from the ranks of the Federation, COSATU. What Comrade Vave seems to be suggesting, and I'm taking you back, you're suggesting that, in fact, you're very blunt and brutal in characterizing what we could define as a deliberate and a conscious attempt to abort the National Democratic Revolution. That's what you seem to be suggesting. In 1994, that the democratic breakthrough was choreographed in such a way that those who were at the helm of the negotiated settlement knew that the NDR was being aborted. That's what you seem to be suggesting. And you've got to qualify that. Because the current context, which you had defined in much more greater detail with regards to the levels of unemployment, poverty, etc., arises out of that background. I want to park that there. If consciously that's where you're coming from, what are the possibilities, without apportioning blame, what are the possibilities of returning back to the NDR, as it were? Is that possible? If it is possible, under which conditions and in what context? And what would be the motive forces? Let me conclude by suggesting that the conveners of this session may well be requested to convene another session that looks in much more greater detail, with much more available time, at a deeper analysis of what has brought us here in the democratic movement. Vavi attempted to do so, but I suppose time and space does not allow him concretely to get into the greater detail of the past decades with regards to us getting to where we are. Thank you.
There at the back, behind. Yeah. Yes.
Sanbonani Babzweli, I would first like to appreciate your engagement with Poesis, in a sense that you attached to social stratification and also looked at industrial caliber, in a sense. So I have 4 questions for you. Umbuzo wami wokuqala is, what does change mean to you? As when you look at it on a sociogenic view, change doesn't occur in a linear sense, but it rather as a phenomena that takes a new form in stages. And then my second question is, poverty is known to be like a contested concept. And when you look at it on Du Bois's veil view, like seeing yourself as umuntu omnyama outside the veil, being able to reconstruct it on what was viewed as an abstracted view. And it goes on beyond that, and how does that then perpetuate in sense of looking at poverty on a critical level that exists and lives, and which actually leaves Abantu on the margins continuously? And then I also appreciate your engagement with like spatial justice, because all of these all go hand in hand, And as Dr. Dinewis Kosana says, umhlaba umbhede wethu mabawuthatha silala kuphi. And then I would like to also propose an argument stating that structures have displaced the language of communicating with people on the ground, and how, as you, as a figure, are willing to look into venues of communicating to the people directly at home. Ngiyabonga.
There are two more questions there, and then we'll take a comfort break.
Thank you very much, and greetings to the leadership present here. My name is Tamin Tenteni. Comrade Vavi, in your presentation, you speak about the state of the state being of concern to the workers, which reminds me of what the characterization of the state that is given by John Endres of the Institute of Race Relations. He speaks of the detrimental state. He speaks of the emasculated state. He speaks of the receding state. And theoretically, there is speak of a failing state, a failed state, and a failed state and a fragile state. Now, we have events that are about to take place tomorrow. Of what reflection, what is the reflection or the manifestation of the events that are taking place tomorrow? A reflection of the state of the state. Thank you.
Shunovada. Then you can answer those four, and then we'll call it quits. Yeah.
Greetings. Thank you very much, leadership, for the opportunity. Thanks, Chairs, for that very clear presentation. In fact, I would appreciate if we can maybe be assisted with the copies of the presentation that have been given so far and those to come. I think, leadership, you have already traced properly insofar as the failures post the post-apartheid, what we have experienced, including, of course, not taking out the gains that Umam Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma did speak about. But from your input, I think you reminded me of the paper by Ujo Slovo in 1988, insofar as the South African working class and the National Democratic Revolution. And some of those failures, for instance, he would have reflected to say, or failures to understand the class content of the national struggle and the national context of the class struggle in existing conditions can hold back the advance of both the democratic and socialist. As we have seen that, I think there has been development in other people's views, but there's also been retrogression, as you have clearly outlined for the working class. Now, I wanted to come back to the point that Prof. Ngulunga raised around state and our posture as working class organizations. What do you think, because as you raised that the vacuum, if it's not occupied, other forces are going to occupy, as we see it is happening. What do you think really, with our subjective weaknesses as a working class, how do we reconfigure ourselves? Because we cannot continue to outsource political responsibility to others who does not have the class interest of the working class. I mean, we can see the contradictions. How do we reconfigure ourselves very clearly so that we can contest state power? Otherwise, if things remain as they are, I don't think that we will get some of the aspirations we're looking for. Thanks very much.
Vuyotoli,
Yes.
NUMSA educator in the head office. I know him very well.
Please, SJ, if you can answer those four questions.
Thank you very much. I will try to be very short. Slumgo Nondwangu, the former General Secretary of NUMSA, I was jokingly saying one of the early victims of the politics of intolerance.
Sorry, I just want to use my role as G and ask a very direct question because I might not get this disruption I want to cause later. are you not curious that this destruction of COSATU, the ANC, looks like a properly staged, deliberate destruction? Your isolation, the destruction of what came back into the country as an alliance, totally destroyed the people that believed in these ideals, totally displaced. Are you not curious that it looks properly coordinated and properly executed? And if you agree, who is responsible? If we are to say, because we must name our demons. If we were to leave this room and look for this person that we must hold responsible, or group of people, for the destruction of unions, for the destruction of the NC, the Youth League, such that our leaders today are Maskandi artists. Who's this person that destroyed unions?
O batla ho nkentsha mathateng. Wena. Uqala uchuba. Comrade Slumko, I've said what I wanted to say first, but what are the possibilities of returning to the NDR? And I agree with you, we may need a session on its own about how do we do that. You know, I normally regard myself as a very honest person, sometimes stupidly honest. Somebody once told me that. You are too naive to be in politics, you are too stupid. You can't play this game. And I said later, yeah, this guy was right. It is just in my nature that when I believe in something, I throw myself in. Everything. Soul, boots, and everything. But once I'm convinced that this is a mistake, I'll be the first one to say that was a mistake, sorry. It's just how my father would have liked me to be. And I think I'm very proud about that. And the only way, Chawe, where we can start is to have that honest discussion that Dr. Ndlozi is asking about. What happened? Why did we land ourselves in a place where we are? And that is a session on its own, a serious discussion, but that will be a discussion by honest people. The people who are prepared to accept and receive the truth as it is. So that's where we should go to, Comrade Slumko. You couldn't, or I didn't catch my sister's name about the poverty and the black people. Yeah. And can I just make a broad swipe? You cannot promise the black majority that, firstly, they are the motive forces of the revolution, but 32 years down the line, the same black majority remains the face of your unemployment, poverty, unemployment, squalor, want, and you name it all. You are playing with fire. What is happening today was going to happen in any case. It was inevitable. It's just that it is now fallen into the hands of the most backward element of society. But these upheavals were bound to happen because at the center is that when people lose hope, then despair sets in, and which is what is happening about black poverty. I hope that I understood your question, my young sister. Comrade Tammy, the state of the state. Goodness me, this is exactly where we are. And by the way, there's nothing that irritates me. I'm sorry to say this, everybody has his friends and allies everywhere. nothing I hate more than the phenomenon where the people who are responsible for the mess lead the politics of scapegoating and diversion away from their own weaknesses into the migrants, such as the statement quoted by the president himself. That's absolutely irritating. It's such an intellectual dishonesty. There's nothing that I hated more than the statement made by the Gauteng Premier, who said that the crisis of informalization in Gauteng, informal settlement, is driven by migrants. Goodness me. He won't relate to the fact that we have a 3.7 million housing backlogs in the country, and that the informalization around Gauteng is a face of that. He won't speak about his failure to develop rural areas. The people accuse me of, and I know what oppression truly means. But then if you have no strategy to develop SADA, what do you expect? People go to Cape Town and they go to Johannesburg. Then when they are here, you imply that they are foreigners. And so the state of the state, this state complaining and spending money, by the way, I support the spending of 600 million. Honestly, I must say this, because I'm afraid that what happened in July may happen again. And what happened in July is not 600 million. It was 100 billion rands lost in business. It was 345 black people alone. Not one white man died that day. Not one. Not one police, if we were to say this was the struggle for emancipation. Not one security. It was just workers who died that day. Can't remember now the figure of how many of them lost their jobs. So when I look at the 600 million, I said, you're better with 600 million than the repeat of July thing. Disaster. This state only has employed 25% of what you need in the border management authority. This state has employed only 40% of what you need in the Home Affairs, which is always associated with corruption, selling IDs and passports. This state is perceived to be corrupt. And that's what I was trying to address. It's perceived by ordinary people to be the face of corruption. And this is the tragedy that has befallen the ANC. It is seen as the symbol of primitive accumulation by its leaders. This state have no capacity to do anything. I'm not talking about only border management. Anything. So part of the crisis we've got to talk about is this, the state of the state. Most of the crises we face today arise from the state of the state. Full stop. So I agree with you, Comrade Tammy, altogether when you say that that's a relationship between tomorrow and the state of the state. The capacity to do anything. I normally say that, look, the honesty that I was speaking about, everybody knows that one of the persons I used to exchange heavy artillery with was this comrade, Trevor Manuel. When he was, yes. When we were singing, Asifuni Kiyes, we meant you in the main. But I knew that he's doing this not maliciously. He believed that here was the answer to the crisis that was facing black people from the macroeconomic policy point of view. Because I believe that he was honest, believing in that which I disagree with, I have remained a person that I relate to. Many years after those, not because we're no longer fighting about that, but it's just a belief that he did that genuinely believing. But what about those that genuinely, deliberately are taking us into the other side for their own selfish interest, which is the point that I'll end with. Vuyotoli, the NUMSA comrade, let's start having an honest discussion inside the trade union movement about the state of the trade union movement itself. What happened for us to land where we are? What are the headlines now in the newspapers about us in the trade union? We are also accumulated with primitive accumulation, unfortunately, with abuse of power, with wealth that we can only be ashamed to disclose where it is coming from, including living lifestyles. We can only then talk about revival once we have that honest discussion about the state of the movement. Because the state is not just about the industrialization attacked by capital and all of that, but it is also talking about the internal weaknesses. Somebody normally say, the greatest challenge we face is to confront our own weaknesses. Who said that? One of the greatest challenge is to talk about ourselves and our own weaknesses. So we need to talk about our own weaknesses. And we can only then talk about reconfiguration of the trade union movement and the rest of the working class. Is this well coordinated? I honestly believe so. And I know that this got me into trouble almost. I was in Radio 702, I said this in public a week ago or two. I said that nobody cannot see the coordination. Nobody cannot see the money. This is not about crowdfunding and proceeds from the sale of the T-shirts. There's money to move people from the hostels to the townships and to move them from the hostels to march in the Eastern Cape, from Eastern Cape, Gompo to Mthatha, suddenly in Cape Town, from Cape Town to Mossel Bay. This is coordinated. This is a political assault. And this is where I think that a lot of people do not want to admit. This is counter-revolution at play. Full stop. The tragedy. The people who are behind it are the very ones who have created the conditions that we speak about today. They are engineering it. Igama lomntu lityala. And ufuna ukundibambisa ngoku. But nobody you cannot say you're so stupid that you can't see that this is a coordinated assault on the very little gains of the revolution. Because if that agenda succeeds to set Africans against Africans and all of the things that Mamu Nkosazana was speaking about happen, then there will be only the ultimate one winner. Isandla Sinoboya is civilly behind the scenes. Surely anybody can say that. It's just that when you say so in the social media, this is the defender of illegal immigrants. Don't listen to him. When somebody, I look at this, the level of the politicization amongst workers, a section of Nihau Congress delegates booed Solima Paina yesterday for their saying that there can be no African who is illegal in Africa. What? Boo. Nonsense, out of touch. You are supporting the illegal migrants. That's what they call illegal immigrants. The level, and this is where the ANC and the Alliance Congress movement perhaps failed us all. The politics died long time ago, yeah. There's no politics. And we are now paying the price. And a lot of times people think that association with the ANC makes you to be a revolutionary automatically. Like HIV and AIDS. It doesn't happen that way. Or to be in the union, automatically you understand what the proletariat is and what is it about. It doesn't work like that. There's been, and we are paying the price. The politics died long time ago, worst of all ideological crowding amongst the leading cadres of the movement as a whole, including the trade unions, civil society, and so forth. Tomorrow is about paying for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. We are going to have a 15 minutes break, 15 minutes comfort break. Thank you very much. Yeah.
of the minutes I have, except to welcome Kathy Mutlatlana, who's going to be the moderator of this session. Can we encourage her with a warm round of applause?
Thank you. Well, a very good morning to everyone. It's a travesty. The solid good morning I heard was from President Mbeki. Everybody else seemingly is not in the room. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Wonderful. I have to make sure that we're all here because there's quite a lot that we're having to take in as part of the seminar. So this session is going to be on the NDR and economic strategy. Let me give you an outline as per what the conference organizers have put together, and then I'll throw in one or two things for our guest for the session, Trevor Manuel, who will hopefully unpack it as he gets into his address. So is there validity to the phenomenon of two distinct ages to characterize South Africa's economy in the last 30 years? One, the age of economic rise with strong fiscal performance, jobs, growth, and widespread social safety net. The other, with economic decline, joblessness, stagnation, and state failure. If so, what accounts for that distinct performance if there was a single vision underpinned by the National Democratic Revolution? So, the proposition before us is both provocative and important. On one, it suggests that South Africa's democratic economy can be understood as two distinct periods, right? Mr. Manuel, is that an accurate reading of our economic history? Were they really two distinct eras? And if so, what explains the shift? Was it policy? Was it leadership, institutions, global events? Or is the picture more complex than that? And you're perhaps one of the individuals best placed to try and tackle this because you've sat and helped shape South Africa's economic policy, particularly during its formative years. And that is precisely what this paper is built around. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome onto stage Mr. Trevor Manuel, who's going to speak to us on this today.
Thanks, Kathy. Thank you very much, Kathy. The way in which the convener introduced the session made me a bit worried because he said, this session will lead into lunch, and I just hope that I'm not going to become lunch today. We've had two very substantive sessions this morning, and I welcome those sessions like I welcome the opportunity to share a few ideas with you. And it's almost impossible not to talk about the events that are unfolding in our country right now. And you know, when we were young and we had elders like Mavuso, they got us to read all kinds of things, and you had to read Engels, and Engels wrote about the withering of the state. Now, I wonder whether what we're witnessing now is not a withered state. There clearly is no intelligence, and you have these small groups without a history. They're registered at the CIPC as companies that can decide when to call public holidays and how to treat people. And the state itself is missing in action. It doesn't have the intelligence capacity to anticipate, and it doesn't organize itself, and now it falls around. Picking up on that 600 million rand that Vavi celebrated, the truth of the matter is an informed state prevents these kinds of crises from happening. So it's quite an important question that we have to ask, and it ties in with Tami Ntenteni's question about the state of the state right now. You see, when we look around us, and it's almost impossible not to observe things coming apart very badly. I was late this morning because I was deciding whether I can make it to Houghton. This area has become crime-ridden with policemen who get shot in the middle of the night. But as we turn on the television on any given day of the week and observe the goings-on at the Madlanga Commission, for instance, did we know that the South African police service is as bad, as corrupt, and as dysfunctional as it presents itself on every single day of the week? And how did it become like that? Similarly, you see, when we think that the solution to, we know that there's a crisis in health services in South Africa. And we might be deluded into thinking that the only problem is we don't have an NHI. We have a very different problem in healthcare. This hospital up the road here used to be called Joburg Gen and was functioning quite well. And we changed the name to Charlotte Maxeke, and now the quality of care seems to have deteriorated. The last stage that we needed to do was to rename hospitals, and suddenly all things would be sorted. Or we look at the education system and the observations of this morning about the fact that we don't have young people equipped to take the place of South Africa in a transforming global economy with advanced artificial intelligence and a range of other issues, is that if we're honest with ourselves, we'll admit that we're still training the children, the black child, to be either a ewer of food or a draw of water, because our education system is not transformed. Because I want to suggest provocatively that we place the interests of teachers as employees above the needs of students and the economy going forward. These are not issues of the apartheid regime, they are our issues. They speak to me about the abandonment of the dreams that come with what we were talking about this morning, going right back to Morogoro. And unless we, as the discussion went earlier, are honest about these issues, I think we will miss it. Question was raised about banking in South Africa, entirely untransformed, and one of the things I'm aware of is that NAFCOC, the Federated Chamber of Commerce, started a bank, the African Bank. It was to be the bank of African people. It still exists in some shape or form. We've got to ask what happened to it. We've got to be tough on ourselves in order to find solutions, is what my suggestion would be. And as for the 40%, which is a fundamentally important issue, there's a great poem by Bertolt Brecht called The Solution. The poem ends with, would it not be simpler for the government to dissolve the people and appoint another? How can the people have abandoned the government? Should the government then not find another people? Because these people are not happy with their government. Saying we need to engage with these issues. So I want to go back to some of the issues that were raised earlier. For the past 30 years, we've spoken about the NDR, and we've spoken about it in bits and bobs, and frequently we've spoken about it at a very high level, the NDR, and we've sloganeered this issue. And we haven't dropped into the detail and convinced ourselves of the detail and therefore the intention. We've always made assumptions. We are the same people, come from the same traditions, and therefore understand issues in the same way. But we've never dropped down below the level of certain issues. So what I'd like to to do is actually avoid some of those slogans and go back to first principles. I'm sorry if I bore those who are much more advanced than me, but I want to start with a quote from Amilcar Cabral that says, always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children, unquote. I'm saying that when all of us in this room started that journey in our lives where we embarked on struggle, I think it was to this that we had set the objective. What does Nkululeko mean? What does freedom mean in the lives of people? It has to be in this form, measurable in the way that Cabral describes it. So that these big issues that people like ourselves often carry around, thinking that this is all that people want, can't be correct. The second thing I want to refer to in going back to basics is a document we adopted in May of 1996, our Constitution, that has a preamble that speaks to so much of what we need. And when we were doing work in the National Development Plan, the National Development, what were we? We were, thank you, Commission. One of the commissioners, when we read this preamble, he said, is this covered by the Official Secrets Act? Why don't we know it? Why don't we tell our children about this? Why don't we develop a movement of information about who we are and what we must become? Because this is the antidote to the tribalism that Vavi spoke of this morning. What are we as a nation of South Africans? We recognize the injustices of our past. We honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land. We respect those who've worked to build and develop our country and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. Those are the opening lines of the preamble to our Constitution. Now, if those words are there, why is tomorrow happening? And then it goes on to say, we must heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. We must lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people, and every citizen is equally protected by law. It'll speak to the Stalingrad tactics and all of these things we encounter every day. Every citizen equally protected by law. And the third issue, it says, improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. And build a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its rightful place in a sovereign state in the family of nations. And that family has a very close association on the African continent. These matters were considered, drafted in a durable way to guide the construction of a nation from the past to the nation. I'm saying that's the second issue. And the third issue draws from roots outside of South Africa, and I want to draw from important body of work done by Deng Xiaoping. Shishi Chushi. To seek truth from facts, to be practical and realistic. It's allowing ourselves to be guided by evidence rather than slogans. And if you look at the history of the Communist Party in China and the way in which they set about transformation and the reason why they can demonstrate leadership in industrialization, in the quality of education, and the unity of its people is because Shishi Jushi would come back to them time and again, and they would measure their own performance against the goals that they set. What would be our equivalent of seeking truth from facts? I'm saying rather than just the slogan of NDR, I'm trying to give a bit of interpretation, and the fourth point I want to make, Kathy, is though I obviously would be set up to talk about the economic aspects, it's quite important that we take an all-of-government approach. So that what happens in healthcare, what happens in education, what happens in policing, what happens in the foreign relations of South Africa, all of them are at least as important as the economic policy decisions, and they derive off each other. You can't separate these things out. Because you can't build an island of prosperity here whilst all around us on the African continent things are falling apart. It stands to reason. So the all-of-government approach is quite important, and that then leads to all of the definitions of the NDR: political transformation, economic transformation, social transformation, state capacity and governance, non-racialism and non-sexism, and international solidarity. I just want to make a point about this non-racialism and non-sexism that Vavi and I were talking about during the tea break. When you have the mayor, an ANC comrade of a very substantial city, saying to a journalist, "You can't ask that question, you're not an African." What must arise is what value system this person who occupies a fundamentally important position in society carries with him. What conscientization has happened and how things come apart is plainly evident to all of us to see. So one of the things I did, so that's just the background. One of the things I did was to troll back through some of the documents, and it's a very interesting issue because I've tried to look at a number of documents relating to economic policy, and some of them date to just the period of the unbanning of the ANC. Some of them were drafted in exile and brought in, and people who've been around the block know that there was something called the Yellow Book and the Green Book. There was a different debate about the Green Book. I won't go there. Just these yellow and green books were prepared for the conference in 1991. What does ANC become? What is value systems? And how will it carry forward? And the amazing thing about looking at those issues and looking where we find ourselves today, there's actually an amazing consistency that lends itself. And the next thing that we did was to convene a conference in May of 1992 called Ready to Govern. We needed to assert our authority across this country and demonstrate that we were ready to govern, and there's a document that emerges from that conference. There were some issues. There was this interesting debate just on the sidelines of the conference when Madiba calls us, and we were young, people like Tito and I, and he said, "Look, chaps, you know, Joe says if you have this one word in this document, the party won't support it." What was that word? Privatization. And so if you take that word out, does it lose its meaning? So we have a discussion about that, and we had this very awkward drafting about the state's involvement in the economy. And ultimately, you know, it was an interesting side event, but nobody quite knew about it. But that was Ready to Govern. In the meantime, there was a research project run primarily out of London by Vela Pillay as its leader, called the MERG, the Macroeconomic Research Group, and there were a number of people involved at different universities as part of a training program, and there's a document written up. And the document in the main is a very curious document for the economists present, because there's a narrative and there are macroeconomic tables, and the two don't necessarily talk to each other, but it's okay. We're not going to war about those issues now. Some people had hoped that we would go to war about it. But all of that, and also the RDP that Vavi referred to, all of those were drafted before we got into government. And the challenge of the RDP document was that there was a degree of voluntarism in the way in which numbers were arrived at. 1 million houses, 1 million jobs. And there were these meetings ongoing in Yeovil where this drafting was happening, and it all seemed very clever and correct and so on and so on. But if you look at the RDP, and I want to invite people to look at this online and look at the financing of the RDP. It says important things like the macroeconomic balances. It asks for the restoration of balances. It doesn't say blow out the budget. It doesn't say abandon public finance. It actually says reel this thing in and take control of the situation. So Micha, you and I will have a long discussion about that issue, but we'll use the RDP document itself as a basis for it. Because frequently when we talk about policy at a high level, we don't drill down and deal with these issues. And then we get into government. We get into government, and now, you see, we have to deal with certain realities. And one of the realities we had to deal with was how we will finance all of this. And so a group of economists was assembled who looked at this issue and asked a series of very important questions. And though I don't want to drive with a lot of quotes and so on, there is something that's quite useful from this document, which Vavi and I were talking about. We adopted it in Parliament on the 14th of June 1996, so it's a very neat 30 years since. And part of what this document, the much vaunted year document, says is that the big challenge that confronts us, and I'm going to read this quote. Firstly, in the context of 3% growth and without significant improvements in labor absorption coefficients, it's doubtful whether annual job creation, much in excess of 100,000, would be possible over the next 5 years. An unemployment rate would then rise some 5% to about 37% in 2000. This estimate takes into account about 20,000 additional jobs created per annum in response to various employment-intensive public expenditure programs such as land reform, low-cost housing, community water, and municipal infrastructure. But dealing with the reality of this, I would suggest, my brother Micha, was a lot more difficult than just saying asifun. But these are the issues we had to deal with. You see, the bigger issue perhaps was, what do you deal with, how do you deal with the deficit? Because there's a view. That large deficits speak to your left credentials. Large deficits speak to your left credentials. And the more money you borrow as a government, the more left you are. And again, I want to read a quote because the terrible place that it comes from. It's volume 1 of Das Kapital. Karl Marx writes, the public debt becomes one of the most powerful levers of primitive accumulation, that term Viva used earlier. As with a stroke of an enchanter's wand, it endows barren money with the power of breeding and thus turns it into capital without the necessity of exposing itself to troubles and risks inseparable from its employment in industry or even in usury. The state creditors actually give nothing away, for the sum lent is transformed into public bonds, easily negotiable, which go on functioning in their hands, just as so much hard cash would. So Marx warned against this public borrowing, these bonds, this lepting that I've borrowed from each of the banks, and I've been to Capitec, and I've been to every mashonisa in town, and now I am very left. And we say that governments must behave like that. And all that we needed to do was to try and curtail deficit expenditure. And you can go back and look at the numbers. And because we were curtailing deficit expenditure, we were actually demonstrating the ability to take control of public finances, which saw a number of things happen, because as a result of those decisions, as there was better alignment in government, a little while later you started seeing growth of 4.5% per annum in the South African economy for a very short period. But you were seeing that growth. And with that growth, you saw job creation. It's not like a light switch. You have to get all kinds of issues in alignment. Because while those things were happening, there was also significant progress on instances such as state-owned enterprises. Comrade Saki is here. He was the CEO, transformed very, very significantly. I remember the launch of the new tail, the tail that we have on SAA now, replacing the orange tail with a blue springbok. It was a matter of pride. And we had this airline that would carry us across the world because we were a country of substance. Now, SAA wasn't privatized, it was stolen. We've got to call it for what it is. It was stolen and destroyed in the process. Or you can look at Eskom, which was considered to be the best run utility, electricity utility in the world. Eskom in those days could borrow at rates better than what we as a sovereign could borrow at. It had surplus generating capacity. And the only thing that we needed to finance from the public purse for Eskom was to ensure that the homes of poor people was electrified. All of the rest Eskom ran handsomely. And if you look at the state of Eskom now, and you look at the price of electricity, and you look at the destruction of what was once the world's pride and joy as a utility, you've got to get back in and say, what caused it? It was caused by greed. We've got to call it for what it is. It was caused by greed and negligence. And those two issues must actually be factored in to the way in which we engage with the issues of the NDR quite fundamentally. And I'm saying that was all part of the way in which we saw gear. And then we engaged in discussions. And one of the things we did was to say, this growth of 4.5% is reasonably good. It's sustainable, but we need to do better. We need to challenge ourselves to do better, and so we assembled a number of economists from across the world to talk to us, to model with us, to show us what was possible. And they then produced something which was taken together and was called an initiative for accelerated and shared growth in South Africa as GISA. Accelerated and shared growth, more than 4.5%, and the proceeds shared very differently. As GISA was actually abandoned because of a set of circumstances that occurred in December of 2007 in a place called Polokwane. That as GISA was shredded. We're not going to go there. It's not going to help us. We need to do something else. And so they say this policeman shot himself in his own foot. We shot ourselves in both our feet and destroyed the potential of the economy, so that when the following year, 2008, happened, Vavi, we could say it's the international thing, not ourselves. When we took apart the capacity to build and develop. These are the issues we've got to talk about when we engage honestly with the NDR and the journey it's been on. And that was as GISA. And then, in an interesting way, because as GISA was 2006, Polokwane was 2007, this brings in Kathy's 15-year story, because by 2008, the rule book had been shredded and everything was going to be born de novo. And if you look at the period thereafter, because you can go through that early period, there were ANC weekly documents. After the NECs, the nature of the discussions was reported on online. There was a lot of stuff going down. You could keep track of developments. And after that moment, nada. I think the first inkling of anything was when Comrade Tito Mboweni, the late, started and convened a colloquium on accelerated and shared growth out of the office of Finance Minister in the Treasury. And that document, and I know that some trade union federations just said, Asifun, we reject it. It's neoliberal, it's this, that, and the other. But if you look at the detail, there's actually a consistency that you can track back to those early documents that arose just at the time of the unbanning. And then you accelerate from there, because the next period is COVID. And during COVID, there was a rather interesting engagement, because government was at 6s and 7s, and there was actually an amazing body of leadership coming out of Business for South Africa. And they put together a pretty detailed program with a lot of data sets drawn from virtually everything that they could muster at that point, and called it AURC. And it was structured in a way where you could say, well, that's the first 50 slides, but if you want to look at the next level, there's an evidence. So there's a linkage. If you want to engage with the detail of the document, it's there. And then government took it and went along to NEDLAC and shortened this, because they took out all the difficult decisions that you have to take. And then life becomes very easy. You can reach agreement about things without dealing with the big issues. You can reformulate some of the statements that unite us and bind us, but you don't have to drill down and deal with the detail of how you move from point A to point B. And that was the ERRP. And the two talked to each other at one level, but the ERRP avoided getting into the detail of some of the tough decisions that needed to be taken. And so we've not progressed. We've got to take some of the tough decisions that need to be taken. And if you read those documents, you'll find that there is that issue between them. I want to just step back a bit and say, part of what we lived through was a very intense period of disagreements. And after Gear was placed before Parliament, supported in Parliament by the South African Communist Party, and on the same day by the Acting General Secretary of COSATU, who is with us today. It was later denied, but I've got the published copy where COSATU supports Gear on the 14th of June 1996. But then we entered into intense discussion and debate, and by the time we got to the conference in Mahikeng in 1997, it was as though we would be at war with each other. And for that conference, we needed to remind ourselves, let's get beyond the numbers, whatever numbers we're talking about. And that resolution, unfortunately, the ANC hasn't looked after its database, but in the resolution starts with the words, economics is about people, their work, their ownership of productive assets or lack of it, their share of what they produce, what they buy and sell, their accommodation, their recreation. In fact, every element which we describe as a quality of life flows from the South African economy in order that black people as communities and also as individuals eliminate poverty and extreme inequalities generated by the apartheid system. There was a consonance about the historic mission of the ANC in the context of the NDR. And that resolution goes forward to say the fundamental policies of the ANC remain the Reconstruction Development Program, and Gear is a macroeconomic means to achieve it. It's not a contradiction. It's all there in the resolution. We can have, Comrade Ndlozi, you can set up a whole day. We can just talk about that resolution and that period in history, because it's quite fundamental that we don't gloss over these things. But I'm saying after a period of very intense discussion and debate, we tended to do less of it. Now, the next thing was, after 2000, mission to the economic aspects of what we needed to do, but to focus rather on the joined-up nature of government and the relationship of government to the people. So let me just lift two aspects from that. The one is in policing, and the one very strong call is that the police need to be demilitarized and placed at the service of people. Because along the lines, the return to the apartheid of generals and brigadiers and all of that crept back in. And the NDP makes a very strong proposal for the demilitarization so that the police is a service placed at the dispense of the people. And the other issue, which is very topical as well, is in a chapter dealing with health care and access. It talks about building up public health care by investing in infrastructure, skills, and people. Because it's something we did before when Nkosazana was the Minister of Health. There was a major program to upgrade especially primary and secondary health facilities to ensure that people had access at all times. I dare say it doesn't look like that or feel like that anymore. And because attention isn't being paid to how these facilities run, there's a problem. It's not the NHI, there's no silver bullet in healthcare. And part of what concerns me, and Vavi, it's another debate we must have. The people who allow these health facilities to go to rack and ruin, like the people who serve in the police service, are actually members of trade unions. So where is the developmental impact of what trade unions do? When do we change relations from merely an employer-employee relationship to drawing in the skills of the politically educated and advanced workers into the challenge of development? If we all walk away from it, who takes responsibility? Now, I don't want to go on for too long, but these are some of the challenges. I think that we had our hand on the tiller in a very strong way in the early 2000s. I'm saying that that's in evidence in that first 15 years, and then we let go of it. And the numbers speak for themselves. And whether you're talking of just the growth numbers themselves, or more importantly, you look at things like expenditure trends in the budget and how much was left after interest was paid on debt. This is at Mark's point. If you give all your money to rentiers, what do you have to spend on the people? This big deficit story. And these numbers, speak for themselves. In 2009, the debt to GDP ratio was about 24%. And it climbed horrifically since then. And what do we have in return? And how do we answer that question by Cabral about what people desire in their lives? And a lot of that revenue, debt service costs, actually goes offshore. From 10% of GDP in 2008 to currently controlled at 24% of GDP that you're servicing debt with. You borrow, you pay interest. It was that thing that gave rise to GEAR. President Mandela said to me, "What keeps you awake at night?" I said, "Comrade President, by 1997, we're going to be spending more on debt service costs than on education." He says, "No, I'm not an economist, but explain this to me. That money's already spent. This is the interest on what we've already spent." I confirmed it, and he said, "But that's wrong because we're spending more on yesterday than on tomorrow." If we don't bring education into the front of what we do, what are we doing? Why did we need to go through a struggle to attain democracy when we can't spend on the future and create better lives for our children? And those are the same things that still present in this way. Kathy, I'm going to leave it there and say, let's have this discussion about these matters. Thank you.
Firstly, thanks for those reflections. I think they're quite broad and wide-ranging. I'll kick us off with one or two questions, and then I'm going to go over and pick on Tate Vavi. He was starting a protest in the corner. So, fair that I do that. And then, of course, we'll take the questions. And yes, I think most importantly, questions from the room rather than reflections, because if I say reflections, I might start up more protests like Ntate Vavi is probably going to do when I give him a chance to speak. Trevor, I want to start with your view of a context, that everything happens within the context. We must draw a line between what is happening in the state, the economy, and how these feed off each other. In light of the protest that is taking place tomorrow, if we had the organizers of that march in this room, many of them listening to your reflections, and I think the general sentiment that has been expressed here today overwhelmingly would express what has been said as an elite view, right? That this is a group of elitists that have the privilege of saying what they're saying. We know what the experience on the ground is. At the same time, I think you've made it quite clear what you think of the action and the fact that there's a lack of consciousness being displayed in part of what we see. I want to know who's out of touch with who here. Because there clearly is a chasm in our country right now. And until we're able to grapple honestly with what is creating that, we may well not be able to have a constructive conversation about how we deal with the issues that are facing our society.
Kathy, that's a fundamentally important question, of course. But it speaks to something else. Whether we leave people unled and leaderless and hope that Jacinta and other people like those will provide leadership. Because this discussion is a discussion about the NDR, and the NDR has a progeny, it has its own history, and it has its own impulses, and therefore the obligation on those who have the privilege to be in positions of leadership to take that responsibility seriously. I'm suggesting that that hasn't happened, and as Vavi said, nature abhors a vacuum. So nobody considers these issues, and I do think that our model of government is wrong for now, and the 40% is likely to be an even lower percentage into the future. Because we talk of people who serve in representative offices who have no link into the people. I know that this week and next week and the following week, MPs are deemed to be back in their constituencies. But I would hazard that that doesn't happen. And people don't have a means of communicating with those who purport to represent them. And even though structurally it's better designed at local government level, where you have ward representatives and PR representatives, I would hazard it doesn't exist in that way. So for those of us who live in Johannesburg, what is the channel of communication that we have with our councillors or with the Metropolitan Council in the decisions it takes? Will they explain why it is that every JMPD vehicle is standing idle, that they can't drive, they have no fuel, and the company from whom they rent these vehicles has actually seized them up so that the municipality can't use them? To whom are they accountable? And this, I think, is a fundamental question. Unless we can engage with that, and I don't know that structurally it's only in PR, because there are ways of doing this, but I think that we allow public representatives to get away with doing the very, very, very least And what doesn't even feature on that list is much communication with the people they represent. That's the problem. That's the problem. So if you ask Jacinta Ngobesi Zuma who her public representative is, one would hope that somebody like that would have been contacted by a public representative and that there's communication. I would hazard not.
Is it correct to still characterize it as being leaderless? Because for all intents and purposes, there are people that are leading. It's not something to hypothesize over. This is what is actually happening. But how does that then tie back into the project of the NDR?
I want to go back to the preamble to our Constitution. And there are 3 very short words, each having 2 letters. So as to. It says, we the public representatives, here gathered, adopt this Constitution so as to do a number of things. Not just to sit there and look pretty and heckle and howl like Boyenseni and Ndlozi used to do at me in Parliament. But so as to perform a series of functions. And if you're performing those functions, then you listen to what people say. Then you don't hand over the leadership to those who are least informed. You actually are there, and you would be there personally, or you'd be there through, if you're a councillor, your ward committee, which is an obligation set up under the Municipal Systems and Structures Act, or as an MP or MPC designated to a constituency. You are in conversation with the people. And if you don't do that, then people are not aware of you. That's the problem that we have at the moment. That's what I believe that we should set out to remedy, not as a result of learning what happens in the elections in 2029, but reading the tea leaves now and seeing what's to come. Thank you.
You touched briefly on the transformation agenda in the country, and I guess it was a question left hanging, right, about what then truly became or has become of the transformation project. When you were making the decisions, how much of stability was a consideration when thinking about transformation? And it goes back to the comments you're making about if you borrow to cover the deficit, then you're seen as left. Can transformation really take place without that sense of revolutionizing that is fundamentally changing the foundation of the economy that we inherited as a state?
Let me use the example of local government, which is very topical. And just last week, the Auditor General published a report on her report on local government. It makes interesting reading, and if you read that with other issues, such as the costs that government pay because of a failed public procurement system. A ream of paper which you can go to a local supermarket and buy for a few £100 would cost you tens of thousands of rand if you take it through the public procurement system. Now, where are the public representatives and where are the senior public servants when these things happen? And you can look at this day after day, and I know that in Parliament, at Tembisa Hospital, the acquisition of, what did your then leader say? Skinny jeans for young teenage girl children. Hundreds of thousands of rands spent by a hospital on that. And then you look at those who benefited, and there's a chap who, he didn't have enough money, so he bought 3 blue Lamborghinis from money stolen from one single hospital. And you tell me that there's anybody home watching what is happening. Because the way in which a government procurement system works is that politicians are not involved in decisions on procurement, but if you're a minister or an MEC, you must get monthly reports on what is happening to expenditure, and you are required by law to actually call out the outliers and deal with your public servants. What are people doing if they're not doing that? It's a terrible situation. But what we're dealing with now is an accumulated neglect in public services. And so there's no distinction between building a house. I mean, you get a municipality and they call in a contractor, often a friend, and you say, go and build 300 houses there, and you never have a building inspector. You never bother about what happens in the lives of beneficiaries, because your relationship is not to them, your relationship is to your friend, the contractor. And this applies in so many parts of government. I'm fascinated by how the decision was arrived at to outsource the entire transport fleet of Johannesburg to a single company. I'm interested. I know who the mayor was, and I know who the influencers were at the time. These are issues you've got to go and look at and ask, how did the municipality give up its entire fleet and start renting in the way that they had, at the rates that they have, because right now they can't afford those rates. So we as citizens allow, by our own neglect, for these things to happen, and even when, as the Auditor General's report comes out now, we don't actually stimulate an inquiry about it. It's just the Auditor General's report, and all that she's reporting on is failure. You see, in the Public Finance Management Act, in the Municipal Finance Management Act, there's a requirement that on a monthly basis, with a lag of just 15 days, the actual expenditures are actually published in the Government Gazette so that MPs can see what the expenditure in a department was last month. Since the PFMA was introduced, it was Act 1 of 1999, not once did Parliament have a discussion or debate about expenditures like that, in general or in specific portfolio committees. So it's not law. What we're talking about are a series of attitudinal failures and then neglect as a behavioral type.
Mr. Vavi? So I saw you disagreeing vehemently with the statement that you, at some point, at its inception, supported gear.
I remember one comrade who once complained about a setup. A comrade who complained about a setup when he looked at how speakers are lined up and who's going to be responding to who. So there's a temptation by Comrade Trevor to respond to me, and instead of making a presentation of his own. What I had forgotten earlier was from Amalka Cabral, who said, the biggest struggle we face is the struggle against our own weaknesses. I had forgotten who
You
had
did
said
say
this.
it. You did say it, and I agree with you entirely.
There is a temptation by Comrade Trevor, like there has been, like many other leaders in the movement, to misrepresent what we were raising in the discussion about gear, about what we call neoliberalism. None of us up to this moment will ever say the state must have no regard to the debt to GDP ratio. Because none of us in the left are so irresponsible that we will advance such a proposition. That's it. None of us have ever said that it is okay to have a hyperinflation like Zimbabwe economy once had. The problem with the discussion is that every time we say, but this option is a wrong one, there's a different option on the same issue, comrades will say, you want us to go the route of Zimbabwe or Venezuela or something like that. That's not a debate. And that's why I agree with you that we must have a debate. Me sitting next to you and not you having a advantage of responding later. to what I'm going to say. No, when we say that there was another option in the discussion about the GDP to debt ratio, we were pointing out to the very history of South Africa, even during the era of the white regime, that at some point the white regime had a GDP debt ratio way above 100, way above 110. And in that process, it is the process and era which they built most of the state-owned enterprises that are being destroyed today. It is in that period when they had most of the job creation that benefited even the excluded African workers. It was in that era when they have the longest sustained economic growth. So the debate is not always about what is the formula the IMF, World Bank, and the rating agencies are favoring. The debate must always be, what is the option that will give us the best for jobs, for industrialization, for building sustained developmental state and all of that? And I think that's a discussion we have always been missing about, because we so hell-bent on misrepresenting and us as this irresponsible crowd of people who are calling for hyperinflation and all of that. I wanted to say that. So we must have a discussion. I think that Dr. Ndlozi is listening. We must have that discussion about whether the options we chose in 1996 were the best on the table. And we do not believe that the leadership chose the best options on the table at that particular time. Just like we don't believe that they chose the best options during the 2008 world crisis. So the last point, very importantly, the issue about the gear is so unforgettable in my own mind. You are mistaking me having issued a statement welcoming gear with the Gerasa.
I'll print it out for you. Ngokubuti.
Bring it on. You will find no such a statement. It was Charles Ngakula who issued that statement of the SACP. The COSATU one was drafted by Enoch Godongwan. Rejecting gear in total. What happened to him and why, I don't know. Now he says unions are those people who have nothing to do, who are marching in Cape Town and going back to drink Heineken, which he no longer drinks. But no, you can print the statement. There will be not even a suggestion that COSATU ever issued a statement. On day one, we opposed it. And on day one, SACP welcomed it. And later, reversed their initial position.
We can have that debate separately.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I'm going to. All right.
Oh, yes, thank you. But there's one important issue on non-racialism that I wanted to raise before the professor intervened. In my wilderness, the thing is cold outside the ANC. One of the things that I have learned to unlearn about the NDR is this conceptualization about liberation of black people in general and Africans in particular. I no longer subscribe to that. I think that was wrong. One of the reasons why we are in a crisis of Cape exit and colored Congress and the perception of the so-called colored believing that the African majority are about to overwhelm them from Eastern Cape is the conceptualization of that NDR as the struggle of to liberate black people in general and Africans in particular. So when I sit in my wilderness with the General Secretary of NUMSA, the ex-deputy, Carl Klute, who's a colored, very close to me historically, I can't explain to him that he is not an African. I can't. Not at all. Or Trevor, with all of my disagreements with him, how could I say he's not an African in particular?
All right.
So,
Mr. Vavi?
Yeah,
I'm
thank you
going
very
to
much.
pause you there.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to pause you there.
Can
So-
I just go back to, no, I don't want to deal with that issue. I just want to go back to something else that Fabi said. And I want to draw from what he said earlier today. He was talking about what had happened about the time of democracy, and part of what happened was a few years prior, there was a collapse of the Berlin Wall, and the world had changed very substantially. So the idea that you could continue to do things that the apartheid regime was allowed to get away with was just not possible. And so issues like the rates at which we borrow and the credit rating of the government and all of those things suddenly became more important for us. And we needed to manage that down. And the second point is that we must look beyond the aggregates of spending and get into the detail. For the money you have, what are you buying? And you know, one of the issues that we'll use in the settlement of this, I'm in the wilderness with him, so we can sit. Do you drink Heineken? What do you drink? We can sit and have this discussion. A year after we adopted GEAR, we introduced the child support grant, which had not been available to African children, to ensure it was available to every child in South Africa. The following year, in 1998, we were able to introduce a care dependence grant for parents who need help because they can't afford to maintain their children. And from that year on, we were able to invest very significantly in the hospital rehabilitation program. It was called, there was a report that was called The State of the Health Estate, and there was then an expenditure on health facilities, which has long since been abandoned. So it wasn't just stinginess, it wasn't just a conservative program. It was about getting better treasury control of how spending happened. And that's a discussion we'll have, whatever your tipple is, my brother, we'll have that discussion.
I think what's clear is that this is also now about legacy. I don't know whether that has to do with the wilderness or not, but there's clearly the contestation of legacy unfolding and at play. I've got a hand on the left side of the room, so I'll start just on the midway point, this side of the room, the left side of the room, and then I'll come to the right side of the room. This is so you don't have to keep your hands up the entire time, all right? So, yes, sir. Let's start with you. Please stand so they can get you the microphone. Yeah, please get the microphone this side, please.
Uncle Trev,
but we also need to be speaking.
Sorry, remind me who you are.
Comrade
I'm gonna say
Chinara. It's Comrade Chinara from the ANC, Uncle Trev.
Yes.
We also have to speak very frankly now. You know, a government that does not own and control 100% of its economy can never be expected to look after over 70 million people. Also, the thing is that for as long as Africa is not united, Africa remains weak. And Colonel Gaddafi was very right and correct when he said that we need to unite and come together and work as one bloc. We know that Africa has the potential to be the leading superpower of the world if they come together and do things that ensures the universal growth and development of all Africans on the continent. You know, it's the capacitation of the state to meet the demands of its citizens that's the most important thing.
All right, so what's your question?
It's not actually a question. I'm just giving insight.
You see, you're breaking the
comments.
rules. What I said is that we're going to try and deal with the questions first. And then after that, we can get into the insights because we're quite tight for time.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Apologies. All right, let me come to the middle of the room. Please, let's deal with the questions first. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. The name is Kiffen Zamkari from Power 987. Thank you very much for all of the inputs so far. I just have two questions, right? And maybe one, the second one comes in two parts. Obviously, every revolution has its counter-revolution, and I think that point has been made. I think Dr. Ndlozi has actually forced the GS to admit that point, that there's a problem of counter-revolution. And when we go back to the gear being adopted, its resistance was not just from, the movement itself. The resistance was also from academia, civil society. Even today, when you read, for example, about the political economy of South Africa in academics, there's that resistance that this was purely a neoliberal policy. Now, from a political point of view, what does this tell us about the extent of counter-revolution and its influence in society? And are we perhaps oblivious to that extent, or are we in denial about it? Then the second question has to do with that period.
I counted 4 questions already, but okay.
Yeah, the second part of the second question has to do with these 2 periods, right? To say in that period from 1994 to 2008, what was the quality of leadership that was leading the state, and how fundamentally different is it to the second phase?
All right.
But lastly, how was the state organized, and how fundamentally is it organized now different from that period?
Thank you. Yes, sir. You can stand. You've got the microphone in your hand.
Hello. Thank you so much. My name is Luhumo Divakwane. So my question number one, it's that I feel like we have, as much as we've spoken at length about a lot of things, but we've missed the important part of the NDR. I want to pose a question to you that as much as you've spoken of the economic and social policies that you've put forward, there's also an issue of what's the state of the NDR in a GNU that we have today. How do we tactically navigate as MDM structures to derive much beneficiation for our people in an advent that even when we had majority, we didn't fully attend to beneficiating as much as we can for our people. And another thing is that right now we're having an instance wherein, as much as we can speak all these issues, we've touched on immigration, illegal immigration, but have we spoken about regional development? Because the reason why people are leaving Zimbabwe, Mozambique, coming to South Africa, it's not that they're not having issues there. It's due to that their government is failing to make provision for social services. So are we as African leaders, as the AU, having honest conversations with these leaders in Zimbabwe and other, or maybe continentally, to say that let us not focus on South Africa. South Africa is now reacting because you guys have failed to provide proper health care for your people and so forth. So I just want to understand then, how then do we have such conversations and hold each other accountable as leaders and African people, like how Ma'am NTZ was saying?
All right.
Thank you.
I'll take a final question from this side of the room. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Comrade Trevor. Your presentation was quite insightful. So my question is basically the interrelation among the NDR and also the discussion that we've had mostly actually in this session, and political ideologies, and also as Dr. Nkosazana Zuma explained in the first session, political ideologies and political independence that can lead to economic success. So my question is, do you think that we can create a balance between political ideologies and establishing economic success? Do you think there has ever been a time, whether it was in the 80s or right now, where there was a balanced amount? Because we've already alluded in all the sessions to politics of the stomach. We've alluded to some of the fragmentations that exist within organizations, especially in relation to the NDR and the importance alliance amongst CONSATU, the ANC, and also the SACP.
All right.
So that is my question, especially because in relation to tomorrow, many citizens, and when the president announced the acting commissioner, SABS, the first thing I thought, it was great because it is a woman. But the citizens were asking, how do we know that this is not an ANC strategy? And not necessarily because she's there to provide to prevent crime within the police department. That was not their main focus. It was more about, how do we know that this is not a strategy from the ANC, and why isn't the Minister of Police immediately suspended? This was the question of the citizens.
Okay.
In the 1980s, recently I came across an interview by the COSAS president and from Mohale, and people asked him basically about local governance. At that time, the Bantu Education Act, even though COSAS was deemed affiliated with the ANC, but the main focus was around, you know, defeating the Bantu Education Act and basically all the
All right.
anti-apartheid
Okay, ma'am.
systems.
I think you've made the point. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I deal with
All right.
those four
Yes,
questions?
Yes, yes.
I want to start with the question about Gaddafi. And I want to invite you to look at the state of Libya now, and whether there's a sense of statehood. Don't raise your hand. Whether I'm inviting you to go and study it, we can debate this differently. I'm saying go and look at that. And President Mbeki can help us understand, in that transition from the OAU to the AU, some of the proposals that were coming out of Sirte, and how impractical they were, how it sought, in most instances, to tear up the rule book of Africa in respect of a number of institutions and create this new world that would be governed out of Sirte. And you will change your opinion, I'm sure, if those facts are placed before you. In respect of the second question, you see, from 1994 to 1996, we were part of a government of national unity, and was called by the African National Congress that had a majority, but decided to bring other parties along. The truth of the matter is there's nothing prescribed or proscribed about the operations of a government. Because curiously, governments operate on the basis of ministries and departments coming with different ideas, and the idea of a central function, such as a cabinet, is to mediate matters and to ensure that there's a constant view going out. President Mbeki can tell you that the most intense fights in the cabinet room were between people who were the tightest comrades outside, because they each come with their own ideas, and the person who stands between them and their ideas is frequently the Minister of Finance, who has to say, no, no. But there's nothing inherent about the government of national unity that presents a risk to the advancement of the ideas of NDR. Part of what we don't do as a people is to persuade each other, inform each other, and then persuade. So you think it's all written in the stars, it's not. And that's a discussion we need to have, and that this today helps us with. The third issue is, sorry, the fourth question was about political success. I kind of got lost when we got to COSAS, because...
Oh, the question that the young lady asked.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to need help as well.
Question is, do you think that there has been, or is there, or has there ever been a balance, right? In relationship?
Yes.
All of the sections basically. That we've been talking about.
The answer to the question is, how long is a piece of string? Because there's no prescript. You see, somebody would call themselves a Marxist-Leninist, and you ask them to unpack that for you, and if there are 3 Marxist-Leninists in the room, you're going to end up with 6 different answers. And so to think that all of this translates into simple answers for which there is a prescribed formula, I would invite you to think again about the issue. It's not going to be like that. All of it is in the art of persuasion. And in the art of persuasion, you have to look at what is possible now. You have to look at what you've achieved before and ask how it will take you to the next base. It's that kind of discussion that you need to have, and be sufficiently forthright to be able to place those views before the people.
I think the question that was asked by the gentleman before her around the GNU and the role of the National Democratic Revolution within the context of the GNU, because there were 2-pronged questions there, and how to achieve the outcomes within the GNU.
Okay, then I suppose you look at the fact that the president and the representative of his party, as a representative of his party, has the responsibility to assign individuals into cabinet positions. And there's a tradition where the president of the party, the SG of the party, invite an individual and gives that person an assignment. And so if you look at how these positions are assigned, there's no God-given right for a particular party to fulfill a particular position. All of this needs to be negotiated. What I don't understand, because there are many things I don't understand, but what I don't understand about this, Kathy, I don't understand what the tenor of discussions in the cabinet room is. I don't understand what the quality of cabinet papers is that helps cabinet to arrive at decisions. And I would imagine that where you have a slightly more complex arrangement, the head of state would sit with the leaders of the parties participating individually and say, can we talk about this? Can we deal with this issue? Can you take the responsibility to persuade your representative in this cabinet of where we might take things? Because you can't just announce and ordain that things happen. These are these are matters that need very close attention to detail. I always think it's about the interaction, Kathy. If you and I have an ongoing interaction, we'll only resolve it by constant communication between ourselves. It wasn't done at the altar when we got married. We have to communicate with each other regularly. And in a party or in a government of national unity, it's the same trends that apply, surely.
And to the extent that a press release, as we're seeing today, could seemingly have the effect of triggering a cabinet reshuffle.
I want to repeat, I don't know what the tenor of discussions in cabinet is. But I do think that it behoves the leaders, especially the president, deputy president, the deputy president is leader of government business, to continually convene the other parties and ensure that they're marching in the same direction. If you have parties agreeing to participate in the government of national unity, there are certain issues that must be set aside so that government acts in the interest of the letter and spirit of our Constitution.
Let me come to the right side of the room. All right. Please, can we get microphones to them? Yes, let's begin in the front row there. Yeah. Sir, and then you'll pass the microphone over, and then the lady at the back, and sir, right at the back, you'll be number 4. Yeah, no, don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you. Yeah.
Comrade Trevor, can I posit in the discussion?
Please hold the microphone a little bit closer, sir.
Can I posit in the discussion a controversial angle? I would want to argue that the success of a thoroughgoing national democratic revolution is held back by the logic of capitalism as a system of production. And therefore, we could have a discussion here about the NDR, but to the extent that our discussion does not revolve around dealing with the logic of capitalism, I would want to argue that we're not going anywhere.
All right.
Can I then suggest that part of the reason and the challenges related to the state of the trade union movement and the democratic movement at large has got to do, in the main, with crass materialism as a consequence of the capitalist system. In restarting the NDR, would it not be appropriate to consider a battle on the logic of capitalism, a system of production that promotes crass materialism in society? I'm positing that for a discussion.
Thank you, sir. Just pass it next door to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, former minister. My name is Kamagelo Majai, and I have 2 questions that relate to what you just said right now. So the first question being, did Asgisa's abandonment begin the reproach of both the government and the broader Congress movement towards cultivating and implementing an overarching economic and social program that seeks to attain the goals of social and economic transformation espoused by the NDR? The second question being, what does this abandonment mean in terms of achieving a capable and developmental state and the relevance of the NDR today, especially for the youth?
All right, thank you for that. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am. It's on.
Afternoon. Firstly, I appreciate your analysis on the matter at hand, and I have 3 questions. My first question is, how do you reimagine pedagogy structures in the education system? Because as a young person, you start getting institutionalized from primary to high school, and then when you get to university, you get the shock of your life. And then, because what I'm also trying to get at is the NDR theorizing towards inviting new ways of knowing and thinking in equipping the young people, and how does it look like in 2026? And my second question is, why is tomorrow happening? I think we should look at it on a lens of asizwani, meaning we're not hearing one another. Because if we start to look at people, recognizing the humanity before everything else, besides their structures and everything, then we can start to have the conversation. And my last question is, what does truth look like? As you mentioned, seeking truth is important rather than looking for mere facts. And a final question I'd like to ask you is, are you pragmatic? Thank you.
All right, sir, at the back.
Thank you once again, and again, my name is Tammy Tintin. First and foremost, I don't know whether this is in a lighter note. I was kind of interested when you quoted Bertolt Brecht, in which he's saying, would it not be wise for the government to dissolve the people and select a new people? Under the circumstances, I was busy turning that around in my mind because there are so many problems here. But my points really, I've got two areas that I would like to talk to. And they may not necessarily fall within the context of questions, but comments. And comments on the historical development or evolution that has taken place in this country and leading up to the National Democratic Revolution. The first one is that earlier there was, I think just immediately after Nkosazana Zuma spoke, there was a question on banking and why it is that an African bank has not been established. And Comrade Trevor, you also touched on this question, but you did not go into detail about it. You said NAFCOC had formed a bank and what has happened to it. Now, if we look at the history in this country, and we look at, or we go back to how the Afrikaners grew what I would call Afrikaner capitalism and solved the poor white problem, and how the Volkskas Bank was established at the time in 1934, and what happened, with how much capital was the Volkskas Bank established, and at the time when it amalgamated, when it merged with other banks to form Amalgamated Banks of South Africa, ABSA, what is the capital, the net capital value of ABSA today? But I will come to that. I want first to start off
Okay, so you're putting me in a compromised position. I wanted to defer to age hierarchy, but you're making it difficult for me now.
No, it's okay then, because I think there's a problem of time here. But okay, fine. Let me deal with one area. I'm not going to deal with...
Briefly, please.
Briefly.
You see, there we go.
Yeah. No, the point is, some of these issues, and I hear you all the time on SAPC saying, you have only 1 minute.
And you're still abusing the time.
Some of these... No, I want to talk to the question of what I refer to as the township economy. And I'm going to be pretty fast, because therein lies some of the points that may assist us in understanding the questions of poverty and resolving the problems of our South African situation here. If you look at the township economy, The township economy is said to be worth between 190 and 1 trillion rands. That's the township economy. And then you say, how long does the money circulate within the township economy? It circulates less than 24 hours in the township economy. And if you look at the stock fares in the township, the stock fares in the townships, which are themselves worth about 50 billion rands, if not more, all that money, I'm concluding, all that money goes to ABSA, to the 4 big banks, ABSA, FNB, Nedbank, etc. And that's, in my opinion, that's where lies part of our problem. Because money does not circulate sufficiently in the township, and we have neglected the township economy, in my opinion. I wonder if Comrade Trevor would comment on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, let me come to you, please. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. My name is Unati Gubega, former minister. It's an honor. I heard a little something about social grants, and I did have a question with regards to that. Yes, Section 27(1)(c) of the Constitution recognizes the rights of social security and assistance. So my question, therefore, is can a developmental state fulfill its constitutional obligation to provide social assistance while also fostering the conditions for economic self-sufficiency? And how should we go about, that balance, that dichotomy?
All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll take, yes, one last question from the front, and then we're going to wrap things up here.
Sorry. Comrade Trevor, it was interesting to see you and Comrade Vavi debate, because you had something on the table to debate about. RDP, gear, blah, blah, blah. What are the current chaps debating? Like if you are, you chaps of the ANC, what are you debating now? The president of South Africa, what is his economic strategy today? And if he doesn't have, isn't that the true impeachable offense?
I want to start with that and say they might. There was one minister whose ex-wife said he had 200 suits. Perhaps those are the things that are debated, unlike gear and the RDP. I don't know what people are debating, but yeah. Pala. Okay. Let me start with Slumko's question. Slumko, the interesting issue, and I want to reflect on discussion, and I want to tease President Mbeki in. I was eavesdropping a discussion between him and the late Melez Zenawi. And Melez said, you always talk about the developmental state in South Africa. The biggest obstacle to the developmental state is actually the trade unions, because they've got a mind of their own. They don't allow the state to help them come into alignment. It's a very interesting issue. What is the locus of power in a developmental state, and how does it find resonance? We need to have that discussion so that we don't talk about this thing, but the reality actually produces something different. Part of the challenge of the state, and there was reference to it this morning, the premiers have their own view, the mayors have their own view, ministers have their own view, not even a party view. So where is the developmental state, and what do we delude ourselves about when we raise the term without testing the veracity of its application? I think that's a fundamentally important discussion we must have. The second question was about the Congress movement. Now, I can't purport to speak for the Congress movement. Vavi and I are together in the wilderness, placed there by the same individual. But I won't bore this meeting with the detail of that today. But the key issue, I think the key issue, and you alluded to it in the way in which you framed your question, what is a capable state? What is a capable state? If you ask of the state to provide social grants, how do you know that the state is actually taking that on board and providing it? If you ask the state to ensure, as the Constitution requires, that it must free the potential of each person, what does it ask of the state in respect of the education system? If you don't engage with that, and you don't say that the way in which we'll measure it is that the wealthy parents of a girl child who goes to Rodin down the road, and the poor parents whose child goes to Tobo Intermediate School must know that their children will have the same access in life because there's oversight of the quality of education. That's a big challenge. That's a big challenge about a capable state. I can't tell you how many times we put into the budget the need to replace mud schools, especially in the Eastern Cape, with well-structured physical infrastructure for schooling. The money's put on the budget, the money's spent on something else. And I've not been finance minister for a long time, but this game continues. It's money that goes into a provincial government that doesn't get spent as intended. And so those are the issues, I think. The next question was about, it was a question in 3 parts. But part of it is whether we're listening. And I tried to touch on that earlier, Kathy, by saying we don't have a government system that actually requires that listening to happen. And then we must look at, it's interesting looking at China, where the Congress of the People sits for 3 weeks in a year, but there's no member of that Congress deployed by their village who doesn't come back and account to the village of what went down there. And that's a big issue. We don't require people to do this kind of thing, and I think that's where the listening happens.
Can the NDR exist within the capitalism context?
Well, I think it can. I do think it can, but I want to make the point that there's nothing prescribed about it. It's about whether a government sets up the measures for accountability. And, I see the performance management and evaluation system. We're never told how ministers or departments are evaluated within that, so how will we ever know that there's any evaluation that actually takes place when the person responsible for it is actually herself caught in all kinds of public debates around cars, this, that, and the other. These are the issues, because if you want to take that responsibility, you need to be as pure as the driven snow. I want to go back to what Tami was raising, because it is an important issue. In my early years in government, I was Minister of Trade and Industry, and there were 2 organizations of black business with whom we had very strong relationships. The one was NAFCOC and the other was FAPCOS. And we put a proposal to both of these organizations because we could see then what was happening. Township businesses were frequently general dealers, and the general dealers would go buy from Metro, Cash and Carry, and Macro. And we asked these organizations whether, and bear in mind this was a different period in history, whether they could establish these cash and carry wholesalers so that they become the reference point for their members. And both kind of walked past the issue. In fact, I think both actually got caught up in BEE shareholding in various companies. And so that service to members was actually not carried forward. And the consequence, I think, one of the consequences has been that those general dealers and spaza shops in townships have been taken over by people who don't have the same traditions. Because of what Vavi says, nature bores a vacuum. And part of the difficulty of tomorrow is that people can't relate to those shopkeepers. There are other issues that come into play that we also looked at, and as Gisa picked up on some of these things. There wasn't an innate Afrophobia, but what tended to happen is, you know, that if somebody is a Somalian shopkeeper in your community, they can't have a banking account. They keep the money under the mattress, so you raid them. And one of the papers in Asgisa was actually about the township economy and what happens, and why it's so difficult for small businesses to establish themselves, as is the trend all over the world, right where they live. And petty criminals prey on local business people, so you don't develop these things. So I want to conclude by saying that, and I apologize for coughing, but I want to conclude by saying, when you look at these issues, look beyond the macroeconomic variables and try and get into these issues of detail so that we can better understand the ability of a governmental system to support people, to improve on the quality of their lives, and therefore to look at it anew. Part of what I hope will happen in that is that we'll all appreciate that 1969 at Morogoro was a very different period in world history, and you can't merely hope to replicate that in 2026 and beyond. The ideas, the essence remains, the objectives remain, but there needs to be very substantial modernization of how you set about it. And then I think we'll be talking in the same direction about the same issues for much longer than we are at the moment. Thank you.
Trevor, as we then conclude this session,
and we've been asking people in the wilderness, like Trevor and Vavi, to answer this question, and I think they are wrong people. In the room, we've got the Deputy Minister, Gungubele. He must give us an indication in all seriousness whether the ANC is the carrier of this revolutionary project.
Okay.
And whether that revolutionary project can be sustained in the government of national unity as we see today.
Mr. Gungubele, you've just been put on the spotlight, so we'll give him a chance to think about it, because he is caught off guard by it. So after lunch, it'll be the first thing he tackles after lunch. And I think then, as we wrap things up, Trevor, if there was one thing that you could do today that could help us get out of this state of paralysis that we seem to be in as a country, what would that be?
The one thing I would focus on is the re-establishment of trust with the people of South Africa. Trust has broken down completely. I remember a period during government when we had a system of izimbizo. And we went to people and listened to them. And sometimes it was led by the president, sometimes it was led by the deputy president, sometimes it was led by ministers, sometimes it was led by mayors. But you need some place where you distill those views, because people need to be heard. And none of that takes place anymore. You're not going to do it by addressing people in a family gathering on television. We are Africans, we relate to each other differently, and that is what we must focus on.
Ladies and gentlemen, Trevor Manuel, that's where we'll wrap it up. Thank you very much. All right, some quick announcements. We're going to go into our lunch break. We're back in the room at 2:15. Please, I know it's quite tight, but let's try to be back in the room at 2:15. I'm saying 2:15 because I know people are only going to be back at 2:30. So I'm giving that allowance because then we'll only start at 2:45. And then coming up after the lunch break, you can expect to hear the perspective of NDR and economic transformation. That's going to be with Saki Makozoma. And then the NDR, the counter-revolution, and the fate of the ANC. That will be, that session will be run by President Mbeki. So, and then that will lead us to the end of the day. So that's just a breakdown of what still lies ahead for the afternoon. Lots for everybody to get into over the lunch break. Do enjoy. And keep Trevor Manuel and Zwelinzi Mavavi away from each other. Thanks.
Khahlela Paula.
No. Thanks, Doc. Maybe it's important to say I got to know about this event in the social media. So I thought it's unfair when Max wants to put me on the spot, because we are not during one of those times where all of us had a healthy skin when we deal with these matters. But what I thought I wanted to say is that it's a development, Comrade President, that one highly appreciates. And I came to listen to Mam Nkosazana. She's still as fresh as ever. And I listened to Vavi and so on. My point is that I think when Vavi says the crisis is politics, I agree. Maybe Comrade Trevor spoke on other things which we take for granted, trust. Every time I think about this topic, in 2016, very few people speak about this. In 2016, if you check your independent institutions, what they said about Durban Metro, what they said about Tshwane Metro, what they said about Joburg Metro, generally, the reception of the service delivery was positive. But no one asks, how did then that year, where society was happy with service delivery, all those metros were lost during that time? Unless, in my view, you go to what Comrade Trevor spoke about, the issue of trust. There's a book written by Justice Malala when the nation was, I forget the title. Yeah, so Justice came to interview me there because I was one of the people, by the way, I was the first one to get the call that Comrade Chris is no more. The trust has become so fundamental, it's such an investment, because if you remember, Comrade Chris was shot today. The following day, all over the country, people were in stadium, in halls and everything. There was no banning of anything. We have not sat down and analyzed how can, when such a hero is brutally killed like that and there's no one who's banning anything. It's because the leadership during that time was so highly trusted that ordinary people would not move without hearing what the leadership says must be done. In other words, it is my submission that legitimacy and trust saved the nation during Comrade Chris's death. Even a number of upheavals, we're dealing with them now. Until we all go back and reinvest in trust. Maybe I can give you another example. In my short spell when I was a mayor in Ekurhuleni, in terms of money, Ekurhuleni was not comparable to Joburg. But all what we said, let's be consistent in engaging people. Whether we have delivered or not delivered in what they say, but they must not doubt the truth that we give them. First year was difficult. Second year, there were no upheavals until the entire 5 years. Of course, we're taking the city to another trajectory. What happened thereafter, please, let's not discuss that. But I thought what is fundamental to me is what Comrade Vavi says, that politics must come back and there must be a clear communication between society and ourselves. Comrade K, they asked Comrade Trevor, for instance, I was scolding him, that he didn't answer Comrade Kathy's answer that who is disconnected from who? Because that's a fundamental question. If at this level, we correctly so claim to be the archives or the custodians of the wealth of the content of NDR, between us and those who we say are disconnected, the question must be, how did they get disconnected? In social media, we've got a lot of platforms where comrades say branches of the ANC today are whatever, but no one asks, if we think we are the better cadres than these branches, the question we're not answering, who made us to be what we are? It means those who came before us never left us. They stayed with us. So all I'm saying is that we're sitting here with a number of top leaders in this meeting, and the initiative is brilliant. But we must ask the question, how many of us are still in branches to deal with these issues? Those are fundamental questions. That's why I communicate these questions, that who is disconnected from who? If you check, I'm dealing with the issue of legitimacy. Legitimacy is a huge investment. If you think, Comrade Nelson Mandela, what he did in the first consultative conference, I hope Comrade Thabo is not listening. When we were discussing negotiations, well, remember from UDF, we were used to consultation every time. So the commission on negotiation was the most difficult commission. We thought we had won the battle because all we wanted in that commission, that every time there would be negotiations, every time we'll be told. Madiba allowed the conference to close, and in front of the press conference, he said, we are not going to follow this resolution. But there were no storms. You know why? Legitimacy. Trust is a primary investment, in my view, in leadership. So I wanted to say I'm excited about this development. All I can do when I get in the organization is to say, how do we find a way of interacting with these initiatives? Because at the end of the day, as we are leaders, there are leaders before us. To what extent do we sustain a flow of information? That's how careful I kahlela.
Thank you so much. Nosipho Makhatebe, please come and facilitate the next session. Let's encourage you with a round of applause. Thank you. You still have this facility.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mbuyiseni. Indeed, the next session, the National Democratic Revolution has long identified economic transformation as central to the broader project of achieving freedom and equality. Policies such as Black economic empowerment, affirmative action, and broader transformation measures were designed to dismantle the structural inequalities inherited from apartheid and create opportunities for those who had been systematically excluded from the economy. Yet difficult questions remain. Have these policies fundamentally altered the patterns of ownership and production, or have they produced only limited change? Have they contributed to industrial development, economic growth, and employment, or have unintended consequences slowed South Africa's development trajectory? As South Africa confronts new economic realities, should race, gender, and disability continue to serve as the primary instruments of economic policy, or is it time to chart a different development path? To help us unpack these critical issues, we're privileged to be joined by someone whose career spans business leadership, public policy, and economic transformation. Our speaker has played a significant role in South Africa's corporate landscape and has been at the center of many of the country's conversations about economic reform and inclusive growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Mr. Saki Makozoma.
President Mbeki, I must confess that I have taken the liberty of rephrasing the topic. But I've had the experience over the years of being told this is a topic and getting to the platform and finding that it has changed without even your knowledge. I'm hoping that my transgression there will not diminish the input I'm supposed to make here. I thought I'd deviate right from the beginning from what I have written here and say, oh, I see, that's what harasses people over there. That I deviate a little bit and drop a controversial thing right at the beginning, unrelated to my topic. And that point is that sitting in this room today has confirmed my view that the ANC and the liberation movement in general is a highly analytical organization. Trevor rattled a number of the policy documents, and I agree with you, Trevor, that they've kept them very well. It's easy to access, and you can find it. But what strikes me is that there's not a single issue or problem that has been tabled here that has not been tabled by the ANC over the years. Every problem that has been, there has been anticipation of all of these problems. The real question then that comes to me is, why is it that we couldn't solve them? Why is it that we could not, stop some things from happening when we had all the analytical tools over the years? And I think that's an interesting question, particularly if we are going to look at the present and say, how do we go forward? And I'm saying, therefore, our help, to use a biblical term, is not going to come from the mountains. It's going to come from us recognizing that at some point in the evolution of the liberation movement, post-liberation particularly, we had a dialogue of the deaf. Nobody was listening to anybody. Nobody was carrying out any resolution. No politics were involved in the political programs of the organization. And that leads me to the controversial point I want to make. That it appears to me that we're very, very particular about the credential of a comrade in relation to their understanding of the theory. We are not particular about the character of the person in whom we invest leadership. That, for me, is and I don't know whether maybe it's difficult to define character in Marxist terms. Sounds like an SACP kind of thing where I came from. But it struck me today that we're raising issues and that are threatening to overwhelm us, yet we've known about them, we've debated them, but we've never took the kind of action that was needed. To come back to my topic, I thought that I should start with a context about the context of, I called it black people in business rather than black businessmen. Black people in business. To say that, and take you a little bit back on this topic. And go back to where we come from, even before the prescripts of the NDR. Black people were interested in business. They took the profession of being a businessman as soon as I found openings in colonial society. Some of the businesses they owned and directed were in areas such as wagon making, transport, printing, newspapers, carpentry, and many more. Two of the people who were in Bloemfontein at the inaugural conference, the convener was Thomas Mapikele. He was a master carpenter for a profession. The other one was Saul Plaki. He was an investor in a newspaper in the Northern Cape. So it's not new that there are people who choose to be in business or in the economy is not new. It was there right at the beginning. Black people were so successful actually in business, particularly in the Cape province, that government had to take active steps to create obstacles that would render their businesses uncompetitive, particularly in relation to relative to their white compatriots. The Glen-Grey Act of 1894, championed by Cecil John Rhodes in the Cape, crippled black businesses with, firstly, land dispossession. What he did, he took away the land, those people who had land, took it away, and the policy was called one man, one plot, in order to make sure that they had no collateral in order to continue to compete with white businesses. Secondly, he introduced a labor tax of 10 shillings to every African male, which was designed to take those able-bodied men to go and work for this 10 shilling for the government tax. There are two things that happen there. You force the young laborers that actually continue to keep the peasant economy going by forcing them into wage-earning occupations because they have to earn it in hard cash, whereas their economy was not. So it had a double impact on the black businesses. Of course, the fact that they did not have access to the land also meant that there was no way of capital accumulation because you could not use land as collateral. The final nail in that coffin, of course, was the disenfranchisement, that came out with the Glen-Grey Act, which increased all of the qualifications for being a voter, a registered native voter in the Cape, because you needed to have a certain amount of capital, you needed to have a certain, but importantly, what Cecil John Rhodes was worried about was that some of the prosperous native merchants in the Eastern Cape were starting to influence those districts where they were a majority and therefore could tilt power in the Cape Parliament. And so they took away their franchises as a result of that. Now, if you go back to how this concept then evolved from, I was talking about 1912, evolved over the years, some commentators trace the elements of ANC economic thought on black participation, to the African claims that were published on the 16th of December, 1943. The ANC Atlantic Charter Committee, who worked on the African claims, amongst other things, referred to citizenship rights. These are our African claims. We want citizenship rights. And point 8 of those citizenship rights says, we want the right to engage in all forms of lawful occupations. Therein is the thread of what we have today. So therefore, the principle of black participation always went hand in hand with the political imperative of the transformation of the economy. The critical question is how would the economy be transformed? If it has been always there, but there was a critical how, the how part was going to be transformed. At the time when the Freedom Charter was developed and adopted at the Congress of the People in 1955, there appeared to be a solution to the ownership of societal economic resources, such as minerals, and I'm sure Comrade Vavi is going to agree with this one. And that solution that seemed to be acceptable was those would then be transferred to the ownership of the people as a whole. That's what the Freedom Charter says. So it killed all kinds of discussions as to the how part. How is going to black participation occur in terms of the Freedom Charter? It will occur because those industries would then be transferred to the people as a whole, which we would call nationalization these days. But the complexities of the period in which liberation was attained necessitated a nuanced approach to that proposed by the Freedom Charter. And at that time, of course, some of the other speakers been here have indicated what the balance of forces was like. This is the age of Davos, which was followed by the Washington Consensus later on, but that's where the world was, and we had to find ways to deal with the participation or embedding the participation of black people in the economy. Now go back to the Ready to Govern document, Trevor. Section D of that document, which deals with economic policy, has a second bullet point in it. In fact, it begins by saying, the central goal of ANC economic policy is to create a strong, dynamic, and balanced economy that will be directed towards, that now bullet number 8, towards democratizing the economy and empowering the historically oppressed. That's probably the first time that kind of phraseology appears in this form in ANC documents. It's in To Ready to Government, published in 1992. My point about taking you to this history is to make the point that the concept of black participation in the economy in a meaningful way is traceable throughout the history of the liberation movement from inception. It is not an aberration that was created out of nothing when the GIA policy was agreed upon and adopted. Because I've read some of the, in preparing for this, some suggestions that actually BEE came out of GIA, and it's not true. I was at a conference with NAFCOC and FAPCOS at Mopani. I'm not sure if you were there. I think you were there. Where we're talking about these very issues to black business at that time. It became clear, though, that as we're moving along and implementing these policies, that ANC economic policies, including the need for redress. And I'm dropping that concept because it's got a historical weight. One of the things we wanted to do was redress. And we fought very hard to allow that the Constitution, egalitarian as it is, should not preclude the need and the importance of the government of the NDR to effect redress. So that's important to remember. But it became clear that these policies would lead to accumulation of wealth in a manner that is not kosher to the liberation movement. Because where did they happen, Slumko? In the capitalist system. And I heard your point about the logic of the capitalist system. And I'd like to engage with you someday on that. So all of these policies were happening in the capitalist context, and therefore accumulation was a byproduct that was not intended. And so we started to deal with this question. In fact, a new question arose. What would be the role of the nascent black middle class and owners of capital? What would it be in the furtherance of the objectives of the National Democratic Revolution? Should they not be expected to behave differently from the traditional owners of capital, whether foreign or domestic? Should their existence and presence not lead into a different kind of approach to the question of capital accumulation? That question went further into saying, can the emerging bourgeoisie or the patriotic bourgeoisie, can it be patriotic? Is there such a thing, that there is a patriotic bourgeoisie? I saw in one of the papers that I read in preparing for this, it's attributed to President Mandela, and I don't think they're right. I don't think he ever used that phrase. But so that question arose, could it be patriotic? In relation, in particular, to the further transformation of the economy and society. What is it that it would entail or have, or features that it would show that would classify a normal bourgeois guy and a patriotic bourgeois lady? What would be the difference between the two? And I've tried to tease that issue out. In my view, a patriotic bourgeoisie would have the following characteristics. One, it would remain embedded and loyal to the objectives of the NDR, the system that produced them. Why? Because arguably, they should have the benefit of self-enlightenment, right? Enlightened self-interest, sorry. Because if you are a beneficiary of a product and a process that enables you to accumulate capital, and then you turn against it, that is not in your self-interest. Because the very forces that didn't want it will destroy what produced you, and that will be the end of you. So that's the first factor. The second factor is that the expectation will be that they must be fully engaged in the project of nation building. And when I wrote this, I was reminded of a poem whose author and full lines I couldn't remember, but paraphrase this concept of nation building. This West African writer talks about two guys. One is a big capitalist and well-fed, and the other one is poor, and they're coming together at a place to build the nation. And so my point, though, is that we must be fully engaged in the project of building the nation. And building the nation is not something that you pick up today and drop and then pick up another day and drop. It's a continuous thing. How you behave, how you do things is building the nation. It's part of the stitches that actually build the nation. Thirdly, I think they should support institutions that are critical in the nation-building project. Now, those institutions could be, somebody's spoken about schools, about the education system both the primary and there are institutions that are critical, and therefore the patriotic bourgeoisie should be involved in those kinds of projects. If you look at the robber barons in America, you will see Vanderbilt University and many Fordham University, et cetera, et cetera. The fourth distinguishing factor should be they must avail their skills, personal and institutional, to the effort to create a transformed and an inclusive economy and society. In other words, these people possess personal skills, they possess institutional skills, they must bring those to bear on the transformation project, because the transformation project needs all hands on deck. Number 5, they must be seized with the effort of resource mobilization for growing the economy. E.g., an example is that because of the places that they go to and the people that they meet with, they can be useful in mobilizing and tapping into pools of capital that otherwise would not see South Africa as a place to go to. That is a duty, I think, this class or group of people need. I mean, whilst I'm at that point, I might as well speak about what one of the challenges for growth in South Africa is. And the challenge that we have for growth in South Africa, which is not dependent on foreign investment, is our savings culture. A lot of people, when we talk about the savings culture, say, well, most of us are hungry anyway, what do you save? But if you look at the peasants in China, in India, and everywhere else, some of them are much poorer than us. But they manage to make sure that they educate their children, they do all this kind of thing, they do the saving. We have to be seized with the question of how do we structure a savings culture such that we have domestic capital and not be dependent on capital from outside. Lastly, I think that this kind of, this group of people that are beneficiaries of the transformed economy and the transforming economy should be the leaders in vision setting for the economy and in innovation that keeps our economy competitive. They must have the ability, if they are worth what they are claimed to be, or they claim to be. They must have the vision to be able to understand the macro issues in the economy. As an example, which industries are reaching a phase of sunset in the economy? What can be done to make those industries last a little longer? Or what is going to replace those when they actually die into the sunset? A very interesting example there are sunrise industries. Let me use the sunrise example. It's hard for us to believe, even those of us who are party to these institutions, that by 1994 there was no Vodacom. There was nothing called Vodacom. Today it's a 350 billion rand company that has 300 million subscribers from Cape Town to Cairo. That grew up here. And I remember, because I was at the DIP at the time at the ANC, we were talking about debating with Andile Ngaba how to work with the government of that time to allow a license for cellular telephony. And in our minds, we believe that this is the biggest number. Who would want to carry a phone in his pocket with that? The number was 250,000. But the number was 1 million within 6 months of the license being granted. So I'm talking about then the ability to see today what the industry of the future is going to be and to do things and to actually advise and work with others and the government as well to make sure that those opportunities are captured. I come from a city called Port Elizabeth. It's by President and but what's happening in that city is that that's been the home of the car industry in here. We knew that these so-called internal combustion engines or ICE engines are going to be faded out. We did not expect the Chinese to come at the speed at which they did. Now, so when I talk about anticipating things of that, I'm using that as an example that we should have anticipated and started building the capacity for electric engines and electric cars. And I think that's part of the responsibility of the people that the NDR has empowered. So the issue is not just deracializing the economy, but actively participating in it, and in the efforts to diversify it and create resilience in the economy. The next question then is, has the emergence of a black owning class helped us to move closer to the objectives of the NDR, with special reference to economic growth, employment, and the eradication of poverty? Has it helped us to move closer? Before I attempt to answer that question, I think we need to do a bit of a reality check on the question itself. Perhaps the question should be, what contribution, if any, have the beneficiaries of the economic policy of the ANC on the NDR contributed? What contribution have they made? That approach would, in my view, help us to avoid a false answer that is too deterministic. It should tell us that the nascent and small class should have been a factor in helping solve the growth, employment, and poverty eradication. It is one of those factors that are needed in order to do that. But I'm saying that if we evaluate on that basis, if the question, which I find quite often, BE has failed, why? Because there's poverty. That's not I think that's not how the question is should be asked. Have the policies of the ANC has advocated in terms of the deracialization of the economy failed to advance the objectives of the NDR? That's a question, that's a legitimate question. My view on that question is that the jury is out. And I believe that it is not wise to make a judgment call on a historical process at a point in time. And therefore, my inclination is look at it directionally. Is it going in the right direction? We can then argue about the speed and the diversity and all of those kinds of issues. Because when we pose some of these questions, and that's why I'm particular in the way in which I'm phrasing them, it's because we create noise, a noise factor. And we give ammunition to detractors. The first people who said anybody who went to parliament in 1994 is on the gravy train didn't come from our detractors, it came from within the movement. And they used it against us to good effect. So phrasing questions, in fact, I think it's the duty of a leader to phrase a question in such a way that it is understood in a particular way and that people do not feel overwhelmed by the question. They must be able to say, I can do something. Is to phrase and formulate, sorry. So let me turn to what I think I see as the things we must do in order to make these policies, NDR policies, and the transformation of the economy, reduction of poverty, and all of those effective. What are the things that we need to do? I'm talking in particular reference to this class that I'm speaking on today. I think generally all of us, we must better manage the ambiguities of policies such as BEE. One of those ambiguities was what I explained, that actually it happens in a capitalist society. So some people will be wealthier than others, some others will accumulate, some will not. But we must be able to manage the discourse around those issues. And I say this because if you look around any part of the world in any epoch that has had rapid and fundamental economic transformation, all of those places and across time, it so happens that they often produce a byproducts such as wealth or power concentration. Everywhere where there has been a major radical economic transformation in a short period of time. Think about the robber barons in the US, the people who build the railways and what have you, JP Morgans, the Carnegies, the Vanderbilts. They accumulated so much power that the Americans had to come up with the antitrust laws in the 1890s to break them apart. So there's always, if you look at a similar experience in Korea, South Korea industrialized very fast. What happened? There was a concentration of things, institutions called chaebols, which are conglomerates of all kinds, those kinds that make everything from a microwave to a ship. So first thing you see would be Hyundai this, and then next thing you see something else, then you see something else. But there was so much concentration, and the corruption that came out of it was quite difficult to deal with. So another example of an unintended consequence. Another example of an unintended consequence was in the Meiji restoration in Japan, when they closed their society and they industrialized very fast. And they created a similar thing to the chaebols, which was called the zaibatsu. The big trading companies that actually made sure that helped Japan not to be conquered by the colonial powers. But there was an internal byproduct which they had not anticipated. So it appears to me then, looking at that kind of history, that these policies are bound to create unintended consequences. How we deal with unintended consequences is what I'm arguing is the thing we should be doing. So how can we learn then to deal with these kind of ambiguities or unintended consequences? One, I think we need policy consistency. We need a better administration of the interventions that we do, that are done by the state in order to transform the economy. Secondly, we need patience. The idea of evaluating the impact on a quarterly basis, the impact of BE on a quarterly basis, quarterly results, is ridiculous. We need to take a systemic view and a longer-term view on some of the interventions that we have. Otherwise, we tend, if there's a new idea today, and then we rush that direction. We need to go beyond the slogans, because what we are trying to do to transform the economy is a very complex kind of thing. It cannot be captured in slogans. I was making an example to President Mbeki earlier on that when you look at the evolution of our big plans, sort of, this year we have the blue economy, where I come from. Those people live next to the ocean, but they never set foot in that ocean. Before you think about the blue economy, you've got to think about the mentality and the attitudes of people to water. Build a swimming pool first. At least it was there when I was a boy. But it sounds like something you can announce at the State of the Nation. And it sounds good. But actually, there's nobody who has an intention to follow up on this and say, actually, what does this mean? So we must move beyond slogans. We must accept also that those of us of the Congress movement political bent, we must accept that many of the people of South Africa who can help us build this country and this nation are not card-carrying members of the ANC. I think if we can get that right into our heads, we said we want to lead a society, not a clique. We have just to accept that there are many better people outside the card-carrying members of the ANC. Because if we don't do that, we're just leaving talent and we're leaving opportunity unattended. Finally, I think we must reintroduce the concept of productivity in our economic discourse. Because growth also comes with productivity. There are a lot of things that we need to do in order to improve productivity, just as a concept. And our attitude towards work, the work ethic of our people, is something that we need to you know that thing about, and easy. Finally, my thesis and conclusion is that transforming the ownership of the economy from the demographic angle is necessary for the goals of the NDR, but it is not a sufficient condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Magozoma. I'm going to invite you to please take a seat.
Thank you. After
for
you.
our thank you. All right, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Saki Magozoma. So just in terms of housekeeping, I guess we have run a bit, we are tight for time, as you've also noted. So I'll get straight into our questions then for our session. And I guess maybe looking at a global sort of picture, we've seen there's been this pushback against affirmative action, and also we see the rhetoric here at home, or the debate rather at home, is also sort of gaining some traction or getting louder. As a business person, also having looked at industrial policy, talk to us about why have some policies sort of failed and others have succeeded, or maybe even better yet, which sectors then have we seen then these policies being meaningfully driven, where they've actually meaningfully driven some change?
Well, I think, well, let's start with the global stage first and foremost. I think we should have generally anticipated that these things ebb and flow and they go down and up and down in that context. I think many of us thought that the Bushes as presidents of the United States were the most conservative people would ever find, but now we see them that they were middle of the road. So I think there was a bit of an over-reliance on those kinds of things. What has happened is that the balance of power has shifted in South Africa itself. Partly I addressed that by saying we have armed our opponents with a number of things. One of those things is a kind of looseness we have with slogans like the gravy train and that kind of thing. But we have given them more space by incompetence. Because the incompetence, and that's why I'm really irritated, because it has allowed all the creepy crawlies that we thought we'd swept under the carpet, they've come out and they're bold. A lot of that has got to do with us and how we articulate what we're about. We have also abandoned non-racialism. I don't know what happened where, but we have abandoned non-racialism. And one of the important tenets and strategies of transformation is to convince the other guy to go along, because it is in his interest too. Once we dichotomize this thing by race in particular in such terms, nobody is going to be willing to support this dream of a true non-racial South Africa. I used to say, as a managing director of Transnet, I've got black people that have to find space here, but the people who are white South Africans who work here must have a reason to come back to work tomorrow. They must feel treated like real human beings. They must feel appreciated. The fact that we'll say to him, I'm sorry, but I'm going to move you there because I need a transformation candidate. They must understand. You must convince them.
Mm-hmm. And so I guess then, has BEE sort of delivered then, produced industrialists, or has it sort of produced more of shareholding?
Well, I found this word industrial is quite outdated. Mm. I mean, we were before the blue economy, we were the fourth industrial revolution. And yet the revolution was not industrial at all, it was digital. And we're so fixated in the stages that we were taught. So we talk about the industrial. So I think that there are many people who have created new companies and new ventures. If I may say so, I'm one of them. So the idea that all that has happened since 1994 has been people buying shares and exchanging shares is not entirely correct. It's not.
And I guess, just to pick up then from, 1994, has the NDR state then managed to create any new industries since then, 1994? And if so, are its captains, are they black?
Yeah, I spoke about the Vodacom and MTN. They weren't there before, and both of them are led by black people. Both of them.
And a more politically charged question then would be to ask you which section then, as you also spoke about the black bourgeoisies, then which section of the bourgeoisies would you say then is most influential to Ramaphosa's president?
I think that question belongs to his strategist. I don't think I can't answer the question because I don't know the answer to that. I think though a president should be have proximity to all sectors of society and all sectors of the economy. It may be that because a person came from a particular industry, they would have a better understanding of that. But if I was president, I would actually pay more attention to those I don't know. So I don't know what the proximities are. I think in the olden days we used to say that the Dutch Reformed Church is the nationalist party at prayer. Now there has been attempts to try and make acolytes out of certain business leaders who are happy to do that. But I think in the end, it should be a dynamic relationship of each party listening to the other and advising in both directions.
Well, we do have about 20 more minutes to go in terms of our conversation, and I do want to throw more questions then to the audience to allow them time then to also engage in the conversation this afternoon. So if there are any questions then coming out from the floor, we'll get our roving mic. I think we've got one there from our Deputy Minister, Mondli Gungubele. We'll start here and then move across the stage.
Thank you very much, facilitator. Comrade Sagi, you spoke about something that... Oh, should I stand?
I can hear you.
You spoke about something that I attach a lot of significance to because it goes back to the issue of legitimacy I was speaking about. That you will disagree or agree with me that pre-freedom, the movement was more racially mixed, if that's the correct word, than it became over time after 94. It's gone more black than it was before. My suspicion was that during that time, we carry a legitimate reference as a leader towards a singular society at that time. What is your observations? What could have led to where we are now, if my analysis is correct?
Can you take a few?
Yep. Any more questions coming out? I did see some hands, but they've gone down. Okay, there we've got one hand there, the gentleman at the back, or in the middle row.
I actually have a question.
Oh.
I just have a statement. I just wanted to touch on, when Comrade Saki said that there are more qualified people with external from the ANC than internal to the ANC. And I think that's a bit disingenuous because there are many within the ANC with a lot of capacity that just needs the correct opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for recognizing me. My name is Mato Munyela. In light of the presentation that you've made, Comrade Matlazoma. Do you think we have sufficient legislative and policy measures in place to advance the values of the NDR? If yes, don't you think we need to constantly and in a proactive manner to review them? Let me give a context or a background. If you look at the triple PFA, the procurement legislation, in as far as transformation is concerned, it lists factors such as youth, people living with disabilities, and women and women. Now, when you are evaluating a tender, the scores allocated to these important factors, which are quite essential for transformation, are quite minimal. It says a point may be awarded based on these factors that I've listed. Now, when it goes to the pricing and functionality, that's where larger scores are attributed. Now, the question is, who have got the means? Who are likely to score the most when it comes to functionality and pricing? Those are the ones who are already empowered historically. And there's even a case to that particular point, because at some point there was a matter between the Afri business and the Minister of Finance, where the Minister of Finance at some point sought to promulgate regulations to advance the interest of the economically marginalized. But the court said, no, look, you are acting beyond the scope of our powers because the triple PFA already deals with that matter. But it is not sufficient. Don't you think we need to proactively look at the policy and legislative measures that we've put in place to advance both the interest of the NDR and transformation? Thank you.
All right. I think one last question, and then we can go back to your responses.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Saki, for the presentation. I have two questions, and one is that you have been both a beneficiary and a critic of aspects of the black economic empowerment. So has the BEE fulfilled its historic mission, or has it reached its limits? Then my second question is based on a podcast that one of the young minds had, had recently, that the ANC has produced, has made a lot of useless billionaires. So my question to you, I want to know, do you believe that your generation transformed the economy or simply entered it on terms set by the existing capital? Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to close that round of questions and just remind the audience that if we could keep the questions short, obviously respectful in terms of the discussion that we're having today. But Mr. Matlozoma, just as you've heard then from the floor today, your response, yeah?
Yeah, please remind me if I've missed one question. Comrade Mondle, I agree with you. In fact, I think that's what I said in the sense that we seem to have abandoned non-racialism. And it's not only in terms of the language we use, even the songs we sing. It's also, it has an impact on society, the kind of society that we trying to create, in that we don't have social intercourse with our white compatriots. How are you going to create a non-racial society if you don't mix with other people? Never mind in the ANC. But the ANC was the champion of this thought and this idea. But somehow it got lost in the, when I began to understand it, actually I think when RET came about, no, not RET, radical economic transformation, yeah, came about, and then some of the language were lost. So I agree with you. It is one of those things that we must actually try and rescue, because this society will always be non-racial. And if we want multiracial, let me put it that way. But if we want it to be non-racial, we have to be active in it. Even the churches who were quite involved in that kind of creating, during the days of apartheid, contact between peoples, they have no resources anymore. So they don't do any of that kind of work. So, but it's something that we need to do and rescue. On the qualified people, and I think you misheard me. I wasn't saying that there are no people in the ANC who are qualified, there are many. But I was saying, if you're a leader of society as an organization, you're a leader of the people, of those who are not in the ANC as well. And that therefore, when you're looking at who to give duty to or to do something, look beyond the card-carrying member. That's the point I was making. On the, is there sufficient legislation? That's a difficult question to answer, whether the legislation is sufficient. But what I do know is that legislation stays in the statute book until there are people to implement it. And I believe that what we have done up to now, we haven't accomplished even 50% of what we can accomplish with what we have today. There may be certain aspects that the legal minds can point out and say, or the practitioners, by the way, can point out and say, if we change this, it would have this kind of impact. I don't have those at hand, but I think we do have sufficient legislation. But as I say, there may be some points at which, what do we need to do? If my answer is yes to your question, what we need to do is to put emphasis on doing what's already achieved. It is not in Parliament that the transformation of society is going to happen. It's going to happen in society, where society lives, where people go, where people do things. That's where it's going to happen, where people do business. One of the things I suspect we need to do a little more about, or more of, is to make sure that people are aware of some of this legislation and that they use it as effectively as is possible. The point about the minimal points for transformation. Yes, this has been a perennial issue. But imagine that you have a tender as a Department of Transport to build a bridge in the Wild Coast. Now, that bridge in the Wild Coast requires certain engineering expertise that we don't have at all in South Africa. You have to go, the thing is the Germans who are doing it, or the Austrians. Now, if you have a rigid procurement point system that actually, and I'm giving you an extreme example for effect, that actually pushes you in the wrong direction in terms of the skill that you require in order to build a bridge, there are choices to be made. Either you're going to have no bridge, or you're going to have a rickety bridge, and then you can say, I've ticked the box of transformation. Now, those are the choices I think Trevor was also talking about earlier on. We have, the real question that then follows what I'm saying is, what are we doing to make sure that we have the skills in the right population group that we're trying to assist? That is a question that I would think would be legitimate, and so to make sure that it does not become a perpetual excuse that we don't have the right skill, we don't have which is what you get sometimes when you enforce these things. Has BE reached its potential? And what about the useless billionaires? I wish I could be answered. I'm not a billionaire, unfortunately. But I think the point you're making is one that I've heard before, that we are not achieving what we aimed to achieve, which is transform. And I know that if I had not had the privilege of being a beneficiary of ANC policies, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. I would not have had the opportunity to sit on the board of Standard Bank, as an example. Now, when I get to the board of Standard Bank, what do I do there? Do I come in and I say, oh, all of you white men go away? Can't do that. But what I can do is to make sure that the next CEO is black. And the CEO of Standard Bank is Sim Chabalala, who we recruited very early on. If these policies were not there, that would not have happened. because there would be nobody around that table to raise these kinds of issues. So I think there is some truth in the notion that there may be some people or many people who get into these positions and do nothing. And this is what I was talking about at the platform, that if you say you are for transformation, then you must know, once you get into a position, you've got to do something. And now that Sim is in fact is about to retire, it's his job and his duty to make sure that but I would not say to Sim, for instance, because your leadership pool, there isn't a black man or woman, therefore put anybody because it's transformation. We kill transformation by putting square pegs in round holes. And then people look at it and they say, and we destroy people by putting them in jobs that they cannot do. And they're not wise enough to say, I can't do this job. So there's the other side of the coin where people get pushed into positions where they really become a disaster and they destroy their lives in the process. And I'm not an advocate of that. We need to do this by all means, but we must do it such that the individual is not destroyed and that the institution is not destroyed.
Thank you for that. And I guess I want to, before we run out of time, open up to the few questions that we had on this side of the audience, because I want as many audience members, of course, to get their views out this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Comrade Saki. I wanted to say I'm really worried that, remember the original positioning, in fact, I grew up understanding this, me in the ANC, is that we would have a mixed economy. And that was always going to be, I suppose, foregrounds how we transform, how we develop the economy. I would argue today that what is at greatest risk is the mixed economy, is that the state and its play in the economy is reducing. There's enough case in point, and what worries me is that the victims of this will end up actually being poor people. I'll use the example of electricity. ESCOM gets into trouble with capacity. How do we solve the problem? We don't go to solve the problem in ESCOM and its ability to roll out. And I'm not for saying that we shouldn't have created opportunities for private sector play in electricity generation, well and good. But you fragment the system in such a way that everybody who was a cross-subsidizer of electricity, industrial and the middle classes, that we can all go and provide electricity for ourselves. Today, what's the situation that ESCOM is in? It requires additional revenues. How is it getting the money? All of us who were able to break away from the system self-provide, it increases the tariff. The people who are faced with additional tariffs are poor people. As I speak to you today, about 25% of rural households pay for electricity. Not because they just want to steal it, they can't afford it. And it gets stolen. You get stuck in a vicious cycle where ultimately what is going to happen is that ESCOM is going to be a shell of its former self because it will die. It's a fact. And there's a lot of other sectors where you're increasingly seeing that private sector must come in because the state doesn't have money, the state doesn't have capacity, which I struggle to believe. I suppose is the truth that we have to deal with is that there's we've got to do something about corruption in South Africa. And it's corruption everywhere because we're able to show cases of the private sector and its corrupting influence on the public sector and corruption in the public sector. That's something that we really need to deal with. So for me, it's ultimately, and I suppose I talk here as when I was young, when I started in government, what economy did I want to create? I participated in the public sector because I wanted to see stakeholder capitalism. I wanted to be able to have a situation where you have a government which has open windows for policy and I'm able to drive my fate. And yet this is just something that's not happened. What's happening now is that all of us are dying on one hill in the economy, and it's the hill of transformation. I'm not sure that we're making right choices.
All right, thank you so much. And I guess just to close up our session, Mr. Makozo, my parting question then to you as we wrap up our conversation is how then is black business to be organized then in support of a developmental state to fulfill the NDR?
Thank you. I think it's related to Portia's question.
Yeah.
I think, Portia, I agree with you. I think your analysis is correct in that the state is in retreat. And the consequences, some of those, as what you're saying. Some of that retreat is what you're saying. But as you were speaking and using ESCOM as an example, I was thinking that, that one of the culprits that have weakened ESCOM, apart from the corruption and the incompetence and what have you, is ESCOM customers that are part of the state. If you go back at how much ESCOM is owed by cities, by municipalities, by departments, by this one and by that one, ESCOM, amongst other things, was undermined by a culture of non-payment by the state. It's not, of course, I don't want to put a weight as to what the weight in that is. But the consequence is what you say. The consequence is that it is not practicable, in my view, to get ESCOM to what it was before. But ESCOM, at some point, was the best utility company in the world, voted by peers. Not too long ago, in my lifetime. So I agree. How this movie is playing out is that the state is shrinking from and therefore the possibilities of a mixed economy are receding rather than increasing. But I then also look at the other side of that coin and say to myself, if the state had more control of the economy, and given the dislocation in the state of the state, what would be the consequence that we would be facing today? It wouldn't only be ESCOM. It would be many, many other things that actually would have gone wrong. Can this situation be rescued? I think in reality, we're not sure what the future economy is going to look like. We're trying to grapple, for instance, with AI and what it's going to do to the structure of economies the world over. We have no idea what it's going to do to our economy. So I'm not too sure that we will be able to move back to a situation where the state can play its role. Should we be defending the existing parastatals and other capacities of the state? I think we should where we can, but I don't think we should be throwing money at them all the time, because the opportunity cost of what needs to be spent on the state enterprises and what needs to be spent on other very important needs that we have as a society is quite large, that opportunity cost. I'm not sure if I've answered all of your question.
And then, of course, my question was, what role then can black business play in terms of the NDR?
Well, I think that's where I was addressing this issue of if you're black and you're in business, does not mean you're patriotic. Mm. In order to be a patriotic business person, you have to do certain things, which I outlined. You need to behave in this way. You need to assist in this way. You need to think in this way. You need to put your shoulder in this way, as opposed to. So it is a sense of duty in the first place that also should come from enlightened self-interest. No business person can thrive in a society that is broken, unless you're selling something illegal. But if you are doing legitimate business, the health of society is as important as anything else, because those are your customers. So we need to understand that and actually put a shoulder to the wheel and do what we need to do in order to transform the economy for the benefit of as many people as possible.
And I think that's a fair place for us to leave our conversation this afternoon. Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sakimakozoma.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, and to close off today's session, of course, I'm going to call on stage Dr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi.
Bantwana benkosi ndiyabulela Tatuma Ozoma. I'm very happy to find, not very happy, I don't know actually what is the emotion. I really all along believed he's a billionaire president. I thought at least we have the patriotic bourgeoisie of the proper type now to address us on the, now he says he's not a billionaire, I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna take 10 minutes. So it is 15:49. At exactly 1600 hours, let us be back seated for the final session with His Excellency, President Thabo Mbeki. So let's take comfort for 10 minutes and we'll be back. Thank you. seconds. Let's all come inside. Neo, please help me. Tinyiko? This is any matter. Okay. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I should mention just before we proceed that we did get the withdrawal late Saturday of the Deputy Minister of Finance. I think something to do with the PIC, if I'm not mistaken. So most of you who had seen the program might be anticipating David Masondo. I think the investments of the pension funds of workers have some meeting somewhere, so he couldn't make it. Which means we are entering the very final and concluding session of what has been an excellent day. So in this session, we really have asked President Thabo Mbeki a very broad question, like Utatu Maxozoma, he's and I can't instruct the president what to do. Obviously, he's allowed the freedom if he has readjusted the topic. But this question of the National Democratic Revolution, counter-revolution, and the fate of the ANC, who is the leader of the National Democratic Revolution. What is the character of the counter-revolution? What are its objectives? What kind of society does it seek to produce? We know the kind of society it seeks to undermine, which is the objectives of the NDR. How do we identify this counter-revolution today? Does it have a face? Does it have a name and a surname? As we stand today. But in the end, what will be the fate of the African National Congress, which is the target of the destruction by the counter-revolution? Help me welcome President Thabo Mbeki to address us on all these matters.
Thanks a lot, Mbuyiseni. I'm glad you've given me the possibility to do what SACP did, to give myself the tasks different from the ones you've given. No, I won't depart. I won't depart too far from what you said. When Mbuyiseni started the meeting, he made a remark which I thought was very important, which unfortunately has not been addressed, which was that he knows of at least 2 books that have been published attacking the NDR. And he had said that he hopes that part of what we will do today is to respond to that attack. He didn't explain what those books say. I can guess what they say. Because the attack of the right wing of the NDR has been that, some of the attack has been that the NDR is a product of Lenin. This is a product of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. And they accuse us of hiding that fact. And they say, in terms of what Lenin said, the objective is the achievement of socialism. So can't avoid that. And this thing, which is called NDR, is stage one of the process to get to socialism. So that's the big attack. We are, in fact, in that context, therefore, the argument is the ANC has been nothing more than a proxy of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union when it existed. And in fact, one of the people who are critics of the ANC, NDR and all that, says that the ANC actually went brain dead when the Soviet Union ceased to exist. It went brain dead because it was the Soviet Union which was thinking for the ANC. So I'm saying that the argument in these books is that the NDR, in fact, is stage one of a process leading to socialism. I'll come back to the question of why the right wing is putting the matter in this way. National democratic revolution is about two things. It's about national liberation as a national. And it's about democratic change, democratic rule as a democratic. So when we talk about national democratic revolution, we're talking about national liberation, the liberation of the oppressed. That was part of our own struggle. National liberation, the liberation of the oppressed. The second part was that liberated South Africa must have a democratic system of governance. To understand that when we say national democratic revolution, that's all we're talking about. These two elements. So there is no final definition beyond that of NDR, because we must then say national liberation must be achieved. It's the task of the NDR. But exactly what does that mean? What does it amount to? All right, it must mean one of the things is that these formerly oppressed people must also have a right to vote and to be voted into power. Let's end white minority domination. We end white minority domination. But is that the end of the liberation we're looking for? No, it cannot be the end. That's a political decision. We've got to say it can't end just with the vote. It must have economic consequences, this consequence, that consequence, that consequence. So when we talk about our national democratic revolution, this national part, which is national liberation, what are these elements? So that we would say, in terms of our national democratic revolution, with regard to national liberation, these are the things that need to be achieved in terms of the national liberation. I don't know if there's anybody here who can tell me what they are. National liberation, we must say, political liberation is not sufficient, it has to be economic liberation. So, what does that mean? Some of these questions that are raised by SACP need to be answered. The democratic part, I'm sure the colleagues, you understand the importance of it. If you look, for instance, at what the MK party are saying, one of their principal demands is that, sure, it's very good that we've got this society that we have, liberated from apartheid, but power must be given to the traditional leaders. So their concept, this democracy has disappeared. So they're not talking NDR. They're talking NR. The democracy is gone, must go to the leaders, the traditional leaders. These are the people, da, 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 da. So that is why it's an important thing, this thing. You can't just say national liberation. The question of how does a liberated country become governed is important. I'm mentioning this to comrades just to say, in our response to the challenge that Mbuyiseni put, at least 2 books have been published. They are challenging the NDR. I'm saying that challenge basically is a complete distortion of what the NDR is. And they say it's a product of a theory by Lenin, and in reality is stage 1 in a process leading to socialism. I'm saying I will come back to that matter as to why. We'll have to find time, I don't know when, we said, to look at that. When we say national liberation, exactly what are the things that we want to achieve? I think I heard somebody there saying that the state must own the economy. That has to be part of our definition of the achievements of the national liberation. On the democratic side, you get questions that we need to answer. For instance, this debate about the role of parliament. I keep saying to people, people forget that the ANC was very central to the drawing up of this constitution. If the ANC had not said yes, there would be no such constitution. So the things that are in that constitution, this 1996 constitution, are very much ANC policy. And one of the things that is in that constitution is this issue of the oversight of the executive by the legislature. That's an ANC position. The issue about a constitutional democracy as opposed to a parliamentary democracy, that's an ANC position. So that's why I find it puzzling that comrades who sit in parliament, who are ANC, find it difficult when you've got this responsibility to exercise oversight over the executive as prescribed by the Constitution. You say, no, we can't do it if the president is our member. That's in violation of ANC policy. You should say, as an ANC member of parliament, this oversight thing over the executive is in ANC policy. It doesn't matter that the president is an ANC member. We must exercise this oversight. I'm talking about this, we're saying in the context of democracy. National liberation. What are these things that need to be done in that context such that we say it is sufficient? In terms of democracy, what are these things that need to be done such that we say national democratic revolution has succeeded? There's no such definition. Because these two struggles will vary from time to time. the rest of the African continent, coming out of the colonial period, is also faced with challenges of national democracy. In Ghana or Nigeria or wherever, it's also the national democratic revolution. This rebellion in North Africa called the Arab Spring, it was about the same issue. An incomplete national democratic revolution in North Africa. So I'm saying, colleagues, in terms of answering this challenge which Mbuyiseni posed, we must fight against this misrepresentation of the NDR by the right wing. We ourselves must understand what we mean by NDR. And do then this fighting correctly that he says, but I'll come back to that. Trevor raised an important matter about other people also, about the need for us to really to be as precise as possible, to understand what these things we're talking about. Saki was saying to be afraid of slogans. Trevor mentioned a section in Volume 1 of Das Kapital on the matter of the public debt. I was very glad he quoted that. Where Marx discusses the public debt, Marxists would say, presented a scientific approach to this issue, not slogans. And one of the things that Marx says in that discussion, he says, in a capitalist society, the only thing owned by the working class is the public debt. So you can increase the debt, public debt. In the end, it's the working class that will pay. That's the point he was making. That's why he refers to it as an inherent part of the primitive accumulation that Trevor was talking about. Certainly for those of us in our country who think themselves as Marxist-Leninists, they need to take that on board. When we deal with the challenge of the national debt here, I'm saying for those people who are Marxists and Leninists, they should say, this scientific approach to the issue of the public debt by Marx, how does it apply in our case? It relates, for instance, in a more practical sense, to what has happened in China, where the Chinese spoke about opening up, open door policy, under Deng Xiaoping. An important part of that opening up process was that to build socialism in China, you need capital. The money that will build a factory, to build a railway line, to build whatever, you need capital. And the Communist Party of China took a decision that it was not possible for China to generate the volumes of capital it needs in order to build the socialism. The open door policy had this very important element that we must access the volumes of capital that are available in the rest of the world, including from the Chinese diaspora, some of whom have become big business people, more billionaire than Sage is. I'm saying an important part of the open door policy was to attract this capital. Comrade Vabi, it was not to run budget deficits in order to generate the capital. They took a decision which I think was a very correct decision. We need these volumes of capital in order to build socialism. Let's go for this capital where it is. We'll open doors, let it come. Even today, we see today, I read an article not long ago, that if you look at the working class in China, that is in manufacturing, the bulk of the factories there are privately owned. When the Chinese talk about socialism with Chinese characteristics, it's part of what they are talking about. Access to capital. The matter is very, very relevant to us here when we talk about National Democratic Revolution. SACP raised this question. And correctly said, among other things, let's look at the savings in the country in terms of the capital we need. You see, you hear some of this debate against austerity. Austerity, against austerity, and I listen. And what I don't understand about it is that some notion, I don't know where it comes from, that unlike what the Chinese said, we believe the state, even if before the GNU, that the state would be able to generate these volumes of capital we need in order to achieve the development that we need. And it can't. There are huge volumes of capital which are in private hands here in the rest of the world. Capital in the rest of the world, globally, is in private hands. And I'm saying the Chinese Communist Party, the Communist Party of China, understood this and said, we need that capital. You know, the European Union, they have, I think it's called, or was called, maybe still called, geographic something, geographic policy, something like that. When they took a decision that they must become an economic community, and therefore you must remove all these tariffs so that they can work together, that you need to create a level playing field in this open economy among themselves, free trade area. And in order to do that, they said, we have no choice as European Union, but to transfer capital from the richer countries to the poorer ones. You had a systematic process of the transfer of capital from the richer EU countries to the poorer ones like Ireland, like Portugal, like Spain, so that to develop them so that they can compete on an equal basis. I'm saying the role of capital, where does it go? We need it here. We need huge volumes of capital in order to achieve these objectives that you would put in terms of national liberation. In terms of national liberation, its accomplishment must be the following. Some of them will be about the economy. And I'm saying we are not going to get the sort of growth rates that we need, and therefore the investment levels we need, if you say we're going to depend on government which must eliminate austerity. I'm not saying the government must follow austerity policy, but I'm saying that the government has no possibility to generate the resources, the volumes of capital that we need. And therefore, when we talk about NDR, the question arises, what's the relationship between the democratic state and capital. Issue that was raised by Comrade Slumku Nondwangu. It's a very legitimate question. When we were discussing at some point with some of the ministers in government about the social compact, the minister said to us, we met the minister with Comrade Max, and he was saying to us that he has found a problem. They took some decisions in the department about what needed to be done about whatever, and that needed cooperation with the private sector. And he says, we took a decision, this must be done in terms of the developmental state and all this, and discovers after a year that nothing has moved. When he went into the SMART, he found that there was an ideological fixation. And they were claiming that it comes from Lutuli House. That the enemy of the NDR is private capital. And therefore you can't minister say to us, in order to achieve these objectives, you must cooperate with these people. The enemy of the NDR is private capital. And they were claiming that this thing comes from Lutuli House. So I'm saying that it's a very relevant question. This matter that Trevor has been raising, insisting upon. Therefore, we look at these things that we are talking about in the detail. And Sagi says, let's run away from slogans. We made a mistake in 2008 in government. I'll explain just now what the mistake was. Now, in 2008, here the story goes like this. That in 2008, there was a very bad outbreak of xenophobia in the country, as a result of which at least 62 people were killed, and so on. It's true, there was that, something happened, and so many people were killed. I'm saying the mistake we made is this. The intelligence service at the time, which I was in better shape than it is today, actually looked at that matter in Alexander Township. That's where it started. That thing was not xenophobia from the ordinary people of Alexander saying we hate these Africans. It didn't come from that. It was a deliberate decision to drive out as many Zimbabweans as possible to go and vote in Zimbabwe. That 2008 election in Zimbabwe. And intelligence, our intelligence did all the details. Who started it? What meetings took place at Madala Hostel? Who was at it? All of that. It was a very deliberate, conscious attempt. You would remember, if those who were around, that the MDC in Zimbabwe even said we're going to send buses to come and fetch those people. Intelligence did a very detailed report about what that thing was. It wasn't xenophobia. It was not xenophobia in the sense of we hate these Africans. It was somebody who said, even more or less by definition, these Zimbabweans who've run away and are in South Africa, almost by definition will be against ZANU-PF. We need them in Zimbabwe to go and vote against ZANU-PF. That group, which was responsible, they tried to do that, mobilize in Khutsong on the West Rand. There's a long report, you'll find it on the internet on Khutsong. The local leadership in Khutsong of the ANC, the Communist Party, the trade unions, they said, no, we're not going to join that. There was no sign of any kind of any xenophobia in Khutsong. It was a political decision of the leadership. Because masses of the people in Khutsong or Alexander, people in Alexander ordinarily, they didn't want to say we want to chase Zimbabweans. It was a political decision. I'm saying the mistake we made, comrades, was that we should actually have declassified that report from intelligence. I've said this publicly, that I hope the government now can declassify that report so that people can understand the kind of detail Trevor is asking for. Practically, what is happening in our country? All instances, all of them, except in this listed one, current one. Whether you're talking about Cape Town, or Durban, all the instances that we've heard of these things, they are organizers. There are reasons for it. In the Cape Town townships, it was fights among traders. So that in the end, they sat together, all the traders, like Kaelicha, and said, let's have an agreement among ourselves, the traders. These parts of Kaelicha, it's us, the domestic ones, will have our shops. You, Somalis or whatever, that section. And price, bread, this and that, let's not compete on price. They had a very detailed trading agreement, and that was the end of the violence. It's because you don't have an instinct among the ordinary mass of the people. The people that Comrade Vavi represents, his workers, they don't instinctively say we hate foreigners. Somebody else goes and organizes them. Like now. What is happening today? It's not because the masses of ordinary people woke up and said, we don't want undocumented people. It's organized. But I'm just citing these instances, colleagues, to say we need to listen to this appeal in order to discharge this function of ours of leading. We've got to empower ourselves with the truth, not slogans. One of our colleagues, Portia, talked about ESCOM. The November, December 2007, there were instances of load shedding by ESCOM, but they were regional. Those of us who are old enough will remember that. I was already president of the Republic at the time, and I apologized for that, because the accusation was that it was because of failure of government to do whatever. But there were regional load sheddings. The first national load shedding was in January 2008. Again, you'll remember that the mines, for instance, closed for a whole week. January 2008. I have to deliver the State of the Nation address in February 2008. You find it on the internet. I apologized again on behalf of the government. Many, many years later, I read in one of the papers here, I'm not supposed to advertise, so I won't mention the title of the newspaper. And the newspaper says, one of these special investigation units was commissioned to look at some problems at ESCOM in 2014. The unit was set up, and it looked at whatever the problems were and reported to the president in 2017. That report, says the newspaper, has never been released. But fortunately, we have managed to, somebody leaked it to us, the report. And they say, the SIU, ESCOM had an internal monitoring system because there was a regulation that each one of the power stations, coal-fired, had to make sure that it has got at least 22 days supply of coal at each station at all times. So there was an internal monitoring system which watched all of these coal things. And from November 2007, this monitoring system started alerting the individual station managers. You are running out of coal, replenish. November, December, I'm saying you are beginning to have these load shedding power cuts. I apologize for this state. Until you have this national cut pace down in January 2008. I apologize again. So this newspaper says, what this report of the SIU says about that, they were not commissioned to do a thing like that, but they found it. That what happened was, the managers of the coals or the power stations, they ignored these alerts from the warning system. When it said replenishment, they did not replenish. That is why you had a complete power cut in January 2008. The station managers just didn't replenish. So they ran out of coal, deliberately. And in terms of the rules and regulations of ESCOM, once a thing like that happens, you declare an emergency. And one consequence of the emergency is that you don't need to tender. You just go and buy the coal from whoever has got coal. And that immediately doubled the price of coal to ESCOM. It was deliberate, conscious. I apologized. So when I read this thing in the newspaper, I said, no, how foolish was I? But I didn't know. As far as I know, that report has still not been released. I'm mentioning it to say that should have alerted us to something. If we had known, that report would have alerted us to something, that there are some bad elements in that ESCOM who do a thing like that. We didn't know. That's why we had to apologize. So I apologize, it's wrong. It was the right way to respond, given the information we had. But in the substance, given the actuality of what happened, the problem was much needed a much better response than an apology. But we didn't know. We didn't know the truth. Not long ago, I was asking, there was some meeting, and I was asking a group of professors there about, some questions. I said, can you please answer these questions? 2018, President Ramaphosa appoints the Judge Nugent Commission on SARS. Why was that commission, Judicial Commission, appointed? What did it decide? What are the implications of what it decided to South Africa today? And literally, the professors didn't know. So I said to them, the Nugent Commission was appointed because for many years, when Trevor was Minister of Finance, SARS was outperforming itself in terms of collections. And sometime during the year, they would say, we are going to collect R1 billion. when it comes to end of the financial year, they've collected $1.25 billion. It went on like this, always outperforming, until around 2014 when it went in the opposite direction. Started underperforming. That's why the Commission of Inquiry was appointed by President Ramaphosa, to say there's something wrong, there's something that's gone wrong. Why is SARS suddenly behaving in the opposite direction to what it normally does? The conclusion of that Nugent report, not using the words I'm going to use, but the conclusion is there were people, some of them in government, most of them in government, who took a deliberate decision to destroy SARS. And bear in mind, SARS is responsible for 95 and whatever percentage of state revenues. There are people who took a decision to destroy SARS. And to destroy SARS means to destroy the democratic revolution. And then they spell it out. The practical steps that were taken in order to achieve that destruction of SARS. And that is why, it's because the process of destroying the institution was working, that you begin to get this thing of SARS underperforming. Fortunately, that is what rang the alert bells. The Zondo Commission follows that up, also looks at SARS, agrees with what Nugent said, and goes further. The Zondo Commission says one of the things that they found is that the then president of South Africa was directly involved in the process to destroy SARS. What I'm saying, colleagues, are black and white. They are on the internet. You can fish them out. What does that mean? As I say that when I pose this question to the professors, they hadn't read the Nugent report. I don't know how many of us here have read it. It's been on the internet since 2018. But contains this very, very important issue. In a sense, similar to what happened with regard to ESCOM and the power failure in January 2008. We've got people among us who are up to something that's wrong. So I can cite other I'm trying to emphasize the point that I'm asking for. To exercise this, to carry out this task of leadership, you need to empower yourself with the truth, with the knowledge of this actuality that I'm dealing with. This person who sits next to me, whom I call comrade, is he a comrade? Or is he Mr. and Mrs.? Yeah. It's important to understand that, and the point I think was very well made. I'm just illustrating some of that. In the ANC gets established in 1912, Communist Party in 1921, all sorts of things happen. During this period, from the founding of the ANC until maybe the beginning of the 1940s, there's no political institution in the country which has got as part of its program a decision. The Communist Party and its friends must be defeated and destroyed. Doesn't exist. I'm saying during this period. The matter of the defeat and destruction of the Communist Party and its friends comes up in the 1940s. It arises in the Ossewa Brandwacht, formed in 1939 as a so-called Afrikaner nationalist group. This matter comes up in the Ossewa Brandwacht, and you'd remember that the Ossewa Brandwacht saw itself as the representative in South Africa of the Nazi Party in Germany. So that you find that the slogans, even the symbols and so on, they're directly taken from the Nazi symbols. Sympathetic to the Nazis, and even went on a sabotage campaign here in support of the Nazis, etc. The Ossewa Brandwacht, that's the first time you get a political formation in this country which says not only must the ANC, the Communist Party, be defeated, it must also be destroyed. Including everybody who's associated with that Communist Party, same thing. That's in the Ossewa Brandwacht. Many of whose members end up in the National Party. That's why you find Hof Foster, P.W. Botha, C.R. Swart, all of these people. They come from the Ossewa Brandwacht. And they come into the National Party as part of its program is this one: the defeat and the destruction of the Communist Party and their allies. Which is why 1950, the National Party government adopts the Suppression of Communism Act. It was an expression of this decision, I'm saying, not only to defeat, but also to destroy, to make sure that thing ceases to exist. The first time it finds a political home, that kind of sentiment, is in the Ossewa Brandwacht during the 1940s. It's carried into the National Party. To cut a long story short, one consequence of that is that when 1994 comes, and we're busy celebrating free at last, this group, a group within the National Party, is saying these ANC people are celebrating a victory in a battle, which we couldn't stop. But we will win the war. Because the fact that the ANC is now a governing party has not changed the fact that it's our enemy, which must be defeated and destroyed. So there's a formal counter-revolutionary group that gets formed, whose task is the defeat and the destruction of the Communist Party and whoever is associated with them. Major player is defense intelligence of the SADF. Very central in terms of the formation of that counter-revolutionary group. One of the decisions that group took was we've got to change the leadership of the ANC. Because if we don't change that leadership, the counter-revolutionary project will fail. They first took a decision to intervene in the ANC at the 2002 conference in Stellenbosch, where they were going to intervene to produce change in the leadership of the ANC. Then decided at last minute, no, they were not quite prepared, let's postpone. They postponed it to 2007. When Trevor was saying, for instance, part of the evolution of ANC economic policy was ASGISA. Part of what ASGISA, the reason for that ASGISA, we looked at what we had been doing since 1994, RDP, GIA, and all that. And we're saying the impact on the reduction of the levels of poverty is not good enough. We need to make other interventions to impact on this issue of poverty. That's one of the elements in ASGISA. We even set up what was called a war room, which was led by Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, to focus on these elements of ASGISA, which must achieve these objectives in the RDP, Comrade Vav. RDP was never abandoned. And the things that we've been doing are not sufficient. And Comrade Trevor said correctly, then came the change in Polokwane, and he used the word shredded, as ASGISA was shredded. There are other things that were shredded. There is Airbus, the European company. They were working on a military transport plane, A400 or something. And they formed a consortium of a number of European countries and others to co-produce this plane. Unfortunately, one of the countries there said, but South Africa is carrying out a lot of peace work on the continent, therefore needs these big transport planes to move soldiers and equipment and all that. Why don't we invite them to join this consortium? So they approached us, we agreed. We joined the consortium. That integrated the aircraft manufacturing companies here at home in the global aircraft manufacturing system. So we became part of one of the sunrise industries that SACP is talking about. Modern technology and all that. Came Polokwane, they shredded it. ESCOM was working on a pebble bed, what was called a pebble bed, a nuclear generation thing. A modular reactor, pebble bed, using pebbles and all that. Very advanced, I visited China during that period. And one of the places we visited was Tsinghua University. Tsinghua in Beijing is one of their leading universities. And they gave me one of those balls. They said they are working with ESCOM to develop the balls that would be used in the pebble bed station. It's really very advanced nuclear technology. Came Polokwane, they shredded it. And the scientists and engineers we lost because of that shredding emigrated to the United States. None of those shreddings were accidental. I'm saying that the counter-revolution takes a decision. The ANC must not only be defeated, it must also be destroyed. The reason they are able to intervene at an ANC national conference, they are counting on the agencies in our ranks. Because very serious levels of infiltration of the liberation movement by enemy agents. Certainly I know from the ANC side, that did everything to make sure to try very much to weed out this sort of people. We didn't succeed entirely. I don't know the percentage of success either. But I know for a fact that many of those agents remained in the movement. When it takes a decision, we're going to intervene at an ANC national conference in order to produce an outcome that's in our favor. It's because it knows it's going to count on the people it had placed in our movement. And part of the challenge about that is that what the regime did was not only to infiltrate the ANC and COSATU and the Communist Party and then the Mass Democratic Movement and all that, but society itself. Academia, business, media, society generally, to empower itself to be able to defend apartheid. And I've been saying, comrades, that one of the important structures of the apartheid system for purpose of its own defense was this thing, National Security Management System. The National Security Management System put in place by the regime, it was prepared perfectly for the defense of the apartheid system. And one of the things it did was to make sure that it's got as many agents as possible in the African townships, who are the people who will alert it if there's security challenges. And I'm saying to comrades that to understand the success of the MK Party in 2024, you must understand the uses of the National Security Management System in KZN, because it was never dismantled. During the July 2021 mayhem, and you hear people saying, the accusation is that this arose because of divisions in the ANC. There were some people that were against JZ and people in favor of JZ. And when he got locked up, the JZ people got angry and la 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 la. It's not true. That thing in July 2021, with counter-revolution, took a decision. This one that says the ANC must be defeated and destroyed. It took a decision to test itself. Have we got the strength and possibility to destabilize this country? And they did. That's what that whole thing was about. Nothing to do with Zuma. There's a former general of the SADF, General Roland de Vries. General Roland de Vries was a deputy commander of the South African Army of the SADF at the time of change, 94. And Roland de Vries says, in an interview, it's on the internet, he says that test in July 2021 showed that the state in general, including the police, had no possibility, they didn't have the possibility of strength to protect this democracy. counter-revolution proved this point, that if it wanted to overthrow this democracy, it could. It used this thing about the arrest of Jacob Zuma as just a cover. It's a legend. So all of us must look in that direction instead of looking at the real cause of the problem. That's what is July 2021. Comrades from Devon will tell you that for those comrades who had moved into the historically white suburbs, during that period, they could not enter the suburbs to go to their own homes because there were roadblocks into all roads entering the suburb. And the roadblocks were staffed by white men carrying military rifles. Not police, not white men in their private clothes carrying military rifles. And you had to show them identity and convince them that you live here. And the reason they had those units just now in July 2021 is because the commando system, the citizen force of the SADF, was never dismantled. The national security management system was in place. We raised this thing with the TRC. The ANC did. We said, can you please help us in your work? Do as much work as you can to expose this national security management system, because if it's left intact, it's going to cause problems tomorrow. They tried, the TRC. You'd find in their records some hearings on the national security management system, but didn't go very far. I'm trying to cite, comrades, what has been happening. And the task that it set itself at counter-revolution, I'm saying, was the ANC must be defeated and destroyed. And some of what must happen, it must fail to govern. I think it was Trevor or Nkosazana, and I can't remember. Look at the collapse of the state corporations. And Trevor was correct saying, here was ESCOM, a superstar among the utilities globally. It started going down. Transnet, Danel, SAA, the whole bundle of state corporations. From 2009 onwards. The thing that Portia was raising is correct. A radical reduction in the role of the state in the context of the mixed economy she was talking about, a radical reduction of the capacity of the state to play a role in terms of leading that economy. A systematic destruction of the state corporations. Didn't happen on its own. Some people say it was because of KDAP deployment. It's not. It wasn't wrong KDAP deployment. Kusile and Medupi power stations were supposed to be, in terms of the planning, should have been completed by 2014, 2015. Kusile, they started constructing Kusile 2008 and should have completed in 7-8 years. Both of these power stations each have got 6 operating units. 10 years after the start of the construction of Kusile, not one of these units was operating, not one. What happened was that management of ESCOM put out a tender for somebody else to come and help them to solve this problem. They had failed to build just one of the 6 units. That tender was won by an Indian company, which belonged to the Tata brothers. Tata is one of the big conglomerates in India. The one they had a company which dealt with building power stations, and they won that tender. And part of the reason they won it is because they had a very similar power station that they'd built in India. So they won the tender anyway. So they come to build this one power station, time frames and all of that. They completed the power station within the time given, within the costs given. Everything was fine. So at last, Kusile has got one functioning power station out of the 6 units. The Tata brothers people expected that ESCOM would then extend their contract to say, you've done so well and you've proved practically that you can do this. Why don't you do one more, whatever? Instead, ESCOM says to them, very well done. But for us to be able to give you the next contract, you must have a black economic partner. So they say, but what does that mean? No, in terms of our legislation and practice, whatever, we need the black economic empowerment. So, but they could never solve the problem of the definition of okay, sure, we agree. Practical, what does that mean? This partner. Is it a group of black engineers who come in with their own company? What is it? The matter was never resolved. The result, the contract was never renewed. And the next power station to be concluded at Kusile was maybe 10 years later. It was a deliberate decision. That Kusile power station could have been finished a long time ago. But it was part of on the agenda of the counter-revolution was this one. This ANC government must fail. So you have this, I'm saying, look at the state corporations. And just look at when did they start collapsing. They didn't start collapsing from 94 or 2000 or 2005. There are many other examples I can give of this kind. One of the agenda items of the counter-revolution is we must break the relationship between this ANC and the rest of the continent. Because that relationship strengthens the ANC. So this alliance must come to an end. There's an interview by President Paul Kagame, interviewed by Sophie Mukwen, SABC. And they discussed relations between Rwanda and South Africa. And President Kagame says, we had very, very good relations with President Mandela and his government, very good relations with President Mbeki and his government, because he gives an example. He says, for instance, during the genocide, a lot of the Rwandan intelligentsia was murdered. So we needed to take really desperate steps to rebuild the capacity to think in Rwandan society. South Africa, government of South Africa intervened, opened the South African universities to the Rwandan students who were admitted into the South African universities on the same terms as South African students. He said, you can go around anywhere, you see all of these doctors and professors in Rwanda. They've qualified from South African universities. Because the positions the South African government took that to recover from this genocide, South Africa has a contribution to make. And then Paul Kagame says, the tragedy is that once those two governments were no longer there, the relations changed between Rwanda and South Africa, went in the opposite direction. I'm saying the counter-revolution took a decision that this relationship between the ANC and the rest of the continent, and therefore democratic South Africa with the rest of the continent, must change, must cease to exist. It's much easier for us as a counter-revolution to deal with this isolated ANC without getting somebody from Kenya or Nairobi or somewhere saying, hey, what are you doing to the ANC? You look at our Africa policy. Nkosazana could address that. The collapse of Africa policy of the government ceased to exist. So that you had the neighboring states. They talk to me, they say, but the relations we tried to build together have ceased to exist. They're not working. It was part of the deliberate intervention to produce a particular outcome. So I'm saying, colleagues, that when you look at South Africa today, high levels of unemployment, crime, this and that and the other, you can't understand those things unless you understand this fact, that there was a deliberate intervention in order to make sure that we failed. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi has interviewed some of these white doctors, doctors of economy. You find them on his podcast. And they explain in detail with facts. Trevor mentioned this thing. They say, look at the first 15 years of South African democracy. And one of them says, the achievements made in South Africa during this period are not equaled by any other developing country. Comrade Vavi, they're almost doubling the number of workers in the formal economy during this period. The story that's told about jobless growth is nonsense. All of these facts like this, and this is what happened. Then came 2008. It was referred to the global financial crisis. And from then onwards, things started going down. The same economic professors at our universities have looked at that. They say, no, but what is peculiar about this is that South Africa's peers had recovered from that crisis by 2010, except South Africa. Why? So we dropped from a growth rate of about 5% or thereabouts by 2007 and so on, to a growth rate of 1% for the last 15 years or less. How do you account for that? That for 15 years, this country is going like this, including in terms of the economy, and all of a sudden, goes exactly in the opposite direction, up to today. I'm saying the counter-revolution set itself an agenda to make sure that the ANC is defeated and destroyed, the National Democratic Revolution is defeated. I'm coming back to what I was saying earlier. That's part of the reason they defined the NDR as an invention of Lenin. Because sitting there as the counter-revolution, they say, we don't want socialism in our country. The socialism that is going to come from this NDR. Yeah. In the end, Tami Ntenteni mentioned Dr. Andres, the CEO of the Institute of Race Relations. I'm sure Andres doesn't like me because I keep quoting him favorably. And John Andres says, you had this age, he calls it ages. You had this age one, very successful. Any notion that the ANC can't manage a modern economy is a lot of rubbish. Look at the way they manage this economy and so on. And then all of a sudden things changed and went the opposite direction. That's phase two. It doesn't explain what happened to change. Because during phase one, you had an ANC government. During phase two, you had an ANC government. Why does it behave in such a contradictory manner? And then he says, that's phase one, phase two. He says we have already entered age, not phase, age 3. And it's very, very interesting definition of age 3. He says age 3 will be characterized by a lean state, a small state, whose task, basically, is to support private capital and civil society, which will be the ones running the country. So age 3, where we are going, the leading force will be private capital, supported by these NGOs, and this lean state, it acts as a support group for that. What it means, all of this talk we're having about developmental state, it's just a dream. He says it's not going to happen. And he says you can actually see it in our practice. Yeah. Somebody spoke about the withering of the state by Engels. He was not talking about the withering that's happening here. Portia is correct. Asaki answered this question correctly. The state is receding. Andres says, look at small things. There are potholes in a city. The city doesn't manage it. What happens? Citizens get together, they ask for money from the private sector, and the potholes are filled. He says, look at what the point raised by Portia. He said, look what's happening to ESCOM. The demand for electricity from ESCOM is reducing because the private sector is creating its own capacity to generate electricity. He says, look across the pond. The private sector is taking over functions of government. The state is withering away. And age 3, the final end of the counter-revolution, will be the defeat of the ANC, the defeat of the NDR, and that private sector, like private sectors everywhere, is interested in profit maximization. It's not interested in the eradication of poverty in Alexander Township. You remove the state, you weaken the state, you guarantee the perpetuation of the legacy of apartheid. A strong, powerful, capable, ethical, other state is critical. It's critical to the achievement of the objectives of the NDR. Without it, we cannot achieve those objectives. But the counter-revolution understands that and says, we are going to make sure that that state never exists. So you end up calling colleagues with a situation where one of the members of the NEC of the ANC, just before the 2024 elections, was deployed by the NEC in KZN. He was saying that, you know, the way he sees the situation, the politics of the ANC in the province has become so difficult that it's actually difficult to tell who is ANC. And that was demonstrated by the elections. When people go to vote at power stations, voting stations in KZN, wearing ANC T-shirts but voting MKP. Who are these people? And I'm saying, come back to this matter. We failed to destroy the national security system put in place by the regime. An important part of which was the deployment in our townships of an intricate intelligence system made up of its agents. And they used that system in 2024 to produce the election result in KZN. You see it here in Gauteng. The hostels, all of us would know this. Matala Hostel in Alexander and all this. Those hostels during this period after 94 are IFP hostels. They vote always IFP until 2024. They all voted MK Party. They abandoned IFP, went MK Party. Why? Because they are controlled by the same person who produced that result in KZN. This time, don't vote IFP, vote this other way. Until Mbuyiseni, we understand this reality of the intervention of the counter-revolution to make sure that the ANC fails and gets destroyed, we cannot understand what's happening to South Africa today and therefore find the correct answers. And I'm saying in terms of the things that you said I must answer, what is the end product of the intervention of that counter-revolution? I'm saying they've explained it themselves. No developmental state, a small state, lean state they call it, but the leadership of South Africa, where will South Africa be tomorrow, will be decided by the private sector, helped by these NGOs that the private sector will finance. What the ANC is going to do about that, all that, Mbuyiseni, I don't know. But part of what puzzles me in that context is that somebody like myself, I speak about these things. What went wrong? Because clearly something went wrong. The story that the ANC failed since 1994 is nonsense. It's not true. And the facts put on the table, fortunately, by white people who are otherwise opposed to the ANC. So don't quote ourselves, we quote them. I know one of them is saying he's very frustrated that the ANC finds it difficult to tell the story about itself. To say we achieved growth rates of whatever. When Trevor was still finance minister, Comrade Ravi, they were able to produce budget surpluses so that we'd run away from this, what is called the debt trap, where you generate money from taxes and all that in order to pay the money lenders. We escaped that, and instead we're generating more resources. That is why, even during the time we're saying, let's bring down this budget deficit, the point that Trevor was making, we never ever said, cut down the allowances, what would they call these things, grants. They never suffered. But we must get to the situation where we are generating surpluses which can be used to build schools, build clinics, build roads, invest in the economic infrastructure. Portia here can talk about the building of the undersea cable, fiber optic, to improve our communication system, paid for by government. Because the government could invest in the economy from the budget, invest in the economy from the state corporations. But what's happening? State corporations get killed, capacity of government gets killed, and they are right when they say, the end of the day, it's the private sector which will lead South Africa. That's where we are. I'm saying part of what worries me is the difficulty that the ANC has. Monzi Ngubele is here, he can answer this question. Why does the ANC find it difficult to tell this truth? Because if they came to me to say, okay, you make this argument about counter-revolutionary, give us more facts, I would give them more facts. But they don't. They don't want to say we are faced with the threat of counter-revolution. Why are they afraid of saying that? The problem with that, Muyiseni, is what Comrade Ravi was saying, that when a vacuum creates other things, when people are hesitant to tell the truth that this is counter-revolution, I come to a conclusion about them. Then I say, I think I know who they are. Because they are not explaining themselves. The vacuum. So in the end, colleagues, I really do want us, we can have Muyiseni another session to sit and discuss this counter-revolution, how it has manifested itself, what it does. This mobilization now against so-called undocumented Africans, Comrade Vavi was correct. There's money behind it. There's purpose behind it. It's organized. It's not spontaneous. It doesn't come from the mass of the people. It comes from somebody who wants to mobilize very consistent. You can see the result with this objective. As Kozazana was saying when she was sitting there, just look at these Africans when we're playing Mexico, who supported Mexico against South Africa. You can see a lot of the noise around the continent, a lot of it based on wrong information. But gradually you are seeing this marginalization of South Africa from the rest of the continent, which the counter-revolution wants. And there are people who are mobilizing today to achieve that objective. What will the ANC do about all of that? I don't know. Mondli has run away. Thanks a lot. You want to sit there? Yes, please. I thought I'd finished.
Then let's take a vote before I go to seat. Very quick vote. Wouldn't this be a nice way to wrap the session? Or do you want to engage? So there are two options. Those who want to say, let's ask a few questions to the president by show of hands. Those who say this would be a proper way to close the session. I think we've won. Let's give President Mbeki a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you deeply. Thank you, President. The final thing then, colleagues, is I just want to, as we go, Neo wants to give some nice gifts to our guests. We didn't pay anybody, to prepare the intellectual energy. The professor here knows. He's a professor at UJ and at DVC. People work hard to produce papers. And where he lives, for them to just come up with some presentations you had here, it takes them a very long time, 3 to 4 years to produce the type of inputs you've had here today. So we really want to just give a sense of thank you by a show of a gift. We don't have the money as the African Renaissance podcast. We don't even have the money to keep you long enough for dinner. But we do have gifts for our guests who have really assisted society today. As Neo comes with those gifts, I can't see her. Yes. And then we'll be done. I want to read something and ask you to go think about it as tomorrow unfolds. You all remember the phenomenon of the third force. There was a big debate whether the third force existed or not. But following the Val uprising, the PW Botha executive in 1985, in their meeting called the State Security Council, discussed the creation of a third force. There are minutes to this effect. In what they called total counter-revolutionary strategy. And they decided that it was not necessary to create this third force at the center, where he would be coordinating it, but that the South African Defence Force and the SAP already had capacity to conduct the activities of turning black people against black people. And they set it up to continue, funded it, using Namibia and Angola as a template. You can find this, it's in the O'Malley archives. The creation of a third force, the idea that, okay, at some point, let's just make them fight against each other. Properly funded, properly executed. In a state meeting, third force, your Caprivi, your the funding of IFP, rallies, everything. Again, this information is on the internet. I'm not creating it. The professors are not writing about it. I don't know why. So part of the thinking is, at some point, we have to kill each other, comrades. Mbeki and Vavi must fight. And fight as enemies and fight, and we must all take sides. We focus on that fight, and they go on doing the rest. And we think, really, this is a big fight. Our leaders are on top of each other. For 15 years or wherever, when we wake up one day, all of them are outside the vehicle we called the National Democratic Revolution, African National. They are all outside. So Neo, I still am not finding this Neo in the gifts. She has distributed them. Okay, thank you so much. This brings us to the end of the African Renaissance podcast. I wish you a great evening. We will tell you if another session happens, as President Mbeki has said. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your contribution. And God bless Africa. That brings us to the end of the program.